for the public, but most importantly is the Sukna Lake. We do expect that this being a weekend could actually be slightly better because the traffic may not be a huge mess, but we are expecting a crowd of 40,000. So that congestion is there. Dharampal, who's the advisor to the governor, has already mentioned that all stops are being plugged, and that is to ensure that this is going to be a smooth Air Force Day function, one of its first outside. And as per the Modi government, the directions being given to the Air Force as well as to all other units that it cannot be centered just around Delhi. So that is why Chandigarh, being an important base, making a debut on the country's map as far as the Air Force Day function is concerned. So right from acrobatic measures being taken as far as Surya Kiran is concerned, which is going to be the highlight. We're going to see Tejas, we're going to see Rafale. All these will be up in the air and obviously dancing to a particular spot and the formations. And there you see the smart officers, all of them marching. And remember, we are seeing almost 188 participants as far as personnel are concerned, 42 officers leading them. And this is the marching contingent, air warriors, as we call them, on ground, marching in tandem and giving that smart appearance as they come in the formation. And there you go, the Air Force marching to the tune, and clearly it's the pride of the nation which is on full display here.
Kamal, we'll keep coming back to you for more on that story, and we're staying with these pictures. The Indian Air Force's grand show to begin essentially any moment now. This time the Air Force Day 2022 is really all about the light combat helicopter.
The parade is now
for the moment, it's time for a quick commercial break. We'll continue to focus on that story on the other side.
The marching contingent will comprise 4 squadrons with 2 flights each.
You are watching India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
La sobriété et la solidarité européenne nous permettront d'éviter des coupures et des rationnements dans les cas de figure les plus pessimistes, comme un hiver particulièrement froid cumulé à des difficultés d'approvisionnement. Ces scénarios nous incitent à poursuivre notre stratégie, une sobriété choisie plutôt que des coupures subies, une solidarité européenne pour mieux résister à l'hiver.
are watching India Today.
Justice, liberty, equality, the pillars that built India. A nation where everyone has dignity and opportunities to prosper. But today, over 75 years after independence, Dalits remain a community trapped for centuries by the caste system, languishing in a dismal state. Nearly 20% of India's population is Dalit. Dalits still live in abject poverty, excluded on the margins, facing atrocities, toxic untouchability, and no opportunities for economic upliftment. The father of India's constitution, Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar, fought all his life for the upliftment of Dalits. In the past, many state and central governments have made big promises, but it has been nothing more than lip service. Basic human rights have still not been delivered. Dalits remain downtrodden and discriminated against. This shocking reality is a national shame. Few have dared to break the cage of caste discrimination until now. Friend to the downtrodden, upholding human rights and dignity, championing Ambedkar's India, KCR is showing India and the world our revolution is sparked in Telangana through his path-breaking scheme, Telangana Dalit Bandhu. Approximately 17,50,000 Dalit families call Telangana home, and now they are calling Telangana the land of opportunity. Thanks to Dalit Bandhu, launched in 2021 by the TRS government, a world-first scheme which will give each Dalit family an astounding financial boost of 10 lakh rupees. There are many more schemes along with this which are under implementation all over the state. But Dalit Bandhu is a specially designed program for the upliftment of the Dalit community. It has an unprecedented objective to uplift 17,50,000 Dalit households with a one-time capital grant of 10 lakh rupees per household, 100% subsidy with zero repayment, delivered via direct-to-beneficiary transfer, with a dedicated Dalit Bandhu scheme help desk and monitoring committee at village, mandal, district and state level, and a 10% reservation for Dalits in profit-generating schemes, government contracts and licenses. In addition to this, Telangana has another visionary program for Dalit students, residential schools and colleges, and Ambedkar Overseas Vidya Nidhi, a 20 lakh rupees overseas scholarship, giving them the most powerful tool for success, education. Huzurabad, 2021. The Telangana Dalit Bandhu pilot was launched. Telangana's Dalit Bandhu is a path-breaking scheme that places absolute trust in the beneficiary. Each household has complete freedom and flexibility to decide its business and how to grow their dreams.
నేను వచ్చేసి ఫార్మసీ చదివాను సార్. దాని తర్వాత యాజ్ ఏ ఫార్మసిస్ట్గా చాలా ప్లేస్లో చేశాను సార్. ఎప్పుడైతే మన తెలంగాణ గవర్నమెంట్ ఈ దళిత బంధు పెట్టిందో అప్పుడు ఇంకా నాకు ఎప్పటి నుంచో నా ఓన్గా బిజినెస్ పెట్టుకున్నామని నాకు అంతకుముందే ఉండేది సార్. మన టీఆర్ఎస్ గవర్నమెంట్ దళిత బంధు స్కీమ్ ఒకటి పెట్టి నా ఓన్గా నేను సెటిల్ కావడానికి ఒక ఆపర్చునిటీ క్రియేట్ చేసింది సార్.
Households were identified as beneficiaries and the direct benefit transfer of 10 lakh rupees was made. Each family unit was free to decide how they wished to invest this 100% subsidy. It could be a single or multiple businesses. Multiple beneficiaries could pool their resources to build a bigger business. It could be in any sector of their choice. The sky was the limit. In no time, the stories of transformation began rolling in. These are just a small fraction of the 40,000 success stories that Telangana has empowered through the Dalit Bandhu scheme. In just 1 year, it has smashed records for any Dalit upliftment scheme in the country. Till date, the Dalit Bandhu scheme has been implemented in all 119 assembly constituencies in Telangana. Beneficiaries have achieved prosperity for their families. They have also created opportunity for their community by providing employment and revenue. The resounding success of the Dalit Bandhu scheme has energized the TRS government to accelerate its efforts. From 40,000 beneficiaries with an outlay of 4,441.8 crore rupees, now Telangana government has raised the Dalit Bandhu budget to reach about 2 lakh beneficiaries with an outlay of 17,700 crore rupees, making this the world's largest direct benefit scheme.
దళిత బంధు వచ్చిన తర్వాత ఈ 10 లక్షలు అనేది మామూలుగా అందరికీ ఆపర్చునిటీ రాదు. ఇది పూర్తిగా గవర్నమెంట్ వాళ్ళు మాకు 10 లక్షలు ఇచ్చేసి మీ ఇష్టం ఉన్న వ్యాపారాన్ని పెట్టుకో అని చెప్పేసి అనడం వల్ల మాకు ఇంత ఆర్థిక పురోగతి కలిగింది. అదే కాకుండా మేము ఇంతకుముందు ఒక దగ్గర వర్కర్గా పనిచేసిన వాళ్ళం ఇప్పుడు ఓనర్గా ఉండగలుగుతున్నాం.
Never before has such a revolutionary scheme been designed to end caste discrimination, where Dalits receive 100% opportunity along with 100% dignity.
దళిత బంధు పథకం రాకముందు మేమైతే చాలా స్ట్రగుల్స్ ఫేస్ చేసాము. దళిత బంధు పథకం కింద మేము ఈ ఎంబ్రాయిడరీ మిషన్ ఎంచుకొని పెట్టుకున్నాము. నేర్చుకున్న వరకునే నేను ఫుల్ఫిల్ చేయాలనుకొని ఈ ఎంబ్రాయిడరీ స్టార్ట్ చేశాను సార్. ఇచ్చినందుకు చాలా చాలా ధన్యవాదాలు కేసీఆర్ గారికి, తెలంగాణ ప్రభుత్వానికి కూడా మేము ఎంతో రుణపడి ఉన్నాము.
ముగ్గురం కలిసి ఒక యూనిట్ పెట్టాము. అంటే 30 lakhs పెట్టి ఒక వెహికల్ను ఇప్పుడు అమెరికన్ టూరిస్ట్ షాప్ పెట్టాము. బాగానే నడుస్తుంది ఇప్పుడైతే. అంటే నేను జాబ్ చేసేవాడిని, ఇప్పుడు ఓనర్గా అంటే ఒక కంపెనీ ఓనర్గా ఇప్పుడు ఫీల్ అవుతున్నా. చాలా హ్యాపీగా ఉంది.
జీవనోపాధిగా మిషన్ కుట్టుకుంటూ బ్రతికేదాన్ని సార్. మాకు 3 పిల్లలు, వాళ్ళని చదివించుకుంటూ మేము బ్రతకాలంటే చాలా కష్టమైంది సార్. ఇప్పుడు దళిత బంధు ద్వారా కేసీఆర్ గారు ఆదుకున్నారు సార్. వాళ్ళు ఇద్దరం కలిసి పెట్టుకున్నాం సార్ మిషన్. కోయంబత్తూరు నుంచి వెళ్ళి తెప్పించుకున్నాం సార్ మిషన్ను. నాన్ ఓవెన్ బ్యాగ్స్ సార్. మాకు నెలకు 50,000 వరకు వస్తాయి సార్. 3 జీతాలు 50,000 వరకు వస్తాయి సార్.
For Telangana's leadership, it's not about breaking records, but about ensuring financial freedom for all. Each Dalit Bandhu grant of 10 lakh rupees has an inbuilt 10,000 rupees safety net, Dalita Rakshana Nidhi, to ensure that all Dalit families get financial assistance from the fund at times of distress. To further strengthen this, Telangana government contributes additional 10,000 rupees, which is over and above each grant. A great safety net that has no parallel anywhere in the world. For the KCR government, this is more than just a financial benefit. If any beneficiary of Dalit Bandhu meets with fatal disease or accident, the family should not go through additional depression and hard times. They should remain protected. That is the true purpose of the special safety net designed as Dalita Rakshana Nidhi.
కేసీఆర్ సార్ ఇంత పెద్ద స్కీమ్ తీసుకురావడం అనేది చాలా గొప్ప విషయం సార్. మాలాంటి వాళ్ళకి ఓన్గా ఒక కంపెనీ పెట్టి ఎస్టాబ్లిష్ కావాలనుకునే వాళ్ళ కోసం ఇది గోల్డెన్ ఆపర్చునిటీ.
అదే కాకుండా దళితులు అంటే సమాజంలో అందరికీ చిన్న చూపుగానే ఉంటుంది. ఇప్పుడు ఇది ఇవ్వడం వల్ల
సారు దళిత బంధు ఇచ్చి మమ్మల్ని ఎంతో ఆదుకున్నారు సారు. మాకు మరో అంబేద్కర్ గారు సారు మాకైతే మాటల్లో చెప్పలేము. ఆయనకు మాకు ఎంతో బతుకునిచ్చిండ్రు అసలు.
Under the fearless leadership of KCR, Dalits finally have a government that protects and defends them. Telangana inspires them to overcome oppression and empowers them to be bold, so that each Dalit can move up in the world with head held high, creating their own success story, making Telangana shine, and in turn, India.
You are watching India Today.
out across this field, it looks like heaven.
We want to control tourism here. We have no capacity to handle so many people here. You must remember that we only are 5,000 people here in Indonesia.
When I was young, I can remember we used to have a packed ice where we can walk on it. But now the packed ice is not so solid anymore.
are watching India Today.
Welcome back. The Indian Air Force Day on October 8th, which is today, is being commemorated. Air Force Day to be celebrated at Sukna Lake in Chandigarh. Celebration venue outside Delhi NCR for the very first time. President Draupadi Murmu, Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh are attending the Indian Air Force show. The 90th Air Force Day is witnessing the newly inducted LCH Prachand on the display. The Governor of Punjab and the Administrator of Chandigarh, as well as the Governor of Haryana, will be present in this program.
Abhigyan Singh. Number 1 Squadron commanded by Squadron Leader Arjun Malhotra. Number 2 Squadron commanded by Squadron Leader Nikesh Dhami. The Nishan Toli led by Flight Lieutenant Chirag Shoran. Number 3 Squadron commanded by Squadron Leader Vipin Kumar. Number 4 Squadron commanded by Squadron Leader Ashish Ambash. Order of the day, and I quote, on the occasion of the 90th anniversary of Indian Air Force, I extend my warm greetings to all air warriors, NCs, DSE personnel and their families. Over the last 9 decades, the Indian Air Force has come a long way in transforming into one of the finest air forces in the world. We are witnessing an increasingly volatile, uncertain and complex geopolitical environment.
My colleague Kamaljeet Sandhu is getting us more details on that big story from the Chandigarh Air Force Station, where the 90th year celebrations of the Indian Air Force is on as we speak. And the big highlight, like you've been telling us, Kamal, is the much talked about Made in India light combat helicopter Prachand, which has just been inducted into the Indian Air Force and the Indian Army, isn't it?
Utilization of the wheels.
Well, yes, this is going to be a spectacular performance, and behind me are already the scenes that you're seeing on ground, because Air Force is all ready and the show is to begin. We've already seen the Mi-17s flying in with the Air Force flag. Remember, this is going to be bifurcated into two parts. One part is the one which we see on ground. This is where we see the march past and unveiling of the new uniform. That is going to be extremely significant, because 90 years, this is where there's going to be a change and a transformation which is going to be seen for the first time. It will boost the morale of the Air Force, clearly bringing in the sort of change that is much required. We've been told it's a digital print. There will be aspects of it which will bring in a change in color. It's not going to be the unusual camouflage green color, but also we're talking about a bluish tinge, a grayish tinge that is usually associated with the blue skies. You can see all these formations now really taking part in the parade, and that's where the command has now been given. We do expect the Air Chief to make a short announcement. That is going to be a usual. But what is just different is, obviously, it's not just that it's based out of Hindon or Palam, from where years ago there would be all these parades and the air show being done. It's been moved to Chandigarh. It's going to be very, very geostrategic, because remember, Chandigarh is a very important and a vital base. Not only do they provide backup as far as formations are concerned, whether it is Jammu and Kashmir, Leh Ladakh, Ambala, across the western border, Chandigarh plays a very important role. The other part is obviously the air acrobatic, the air show, which is going to be in Sukna Lake. We are expecting a huge participation of 40,000 people, 1,000 VVIPs. We are also looking at Draupadi Murmu, the president, to be present there. The chief ministers, Bhagwant Mann, Manohar Lal Khattar. We do expect the governors, the advisors. So all lanes leading today from Chandigarh will be towards Sukna Lake. One thing is that this is being a Saturday, a weekend. Perhaps there would be some sort of a respite. But clearly, as far as the excitement is concerned, the weather is cloudy. It's not going to dampen in any way the parade or the morale. We see the air warriors. At least we've seen 83 aircrafts which will be flying in today, 40 of them fighter jets. We are also looking at least 20 helicopters. We're looking at 2 vintage helicopters and aircrafts. So all this is going to be very, very important and crucial. Perhaps on a time and a day when we're looking at inspiration, and nothing beats the Indian Air Force when it comes to that. So clearly, high morale on the ground, up in the air, and yes, we're looking at a very, very spectacular sky. Ashish Bhoge continues to be on India Today. He's the spokesperson. Do tell us, sir, a lot of excitement now building up. We're looking at a 40,000 crowd. What is going to be the highlight? Because personally asking me, Surya Kiran, the formations and the way the acrobats are done out in the air is anything to ask for. But to you, being a man in uniform, what is important?
Well, to reassure the country that we are there. Like you can see the 3 helicopters right behind us.
We have to show you the spectacular visuals.
So now, as you can see, the 3 helicopters have just passed. This is the Rudra formation. 3 ALH Mark 4 helicopters have just passed from here. And we intend to thrill the crowd of Chandigarh, and we intend to reassure them that the Air Force is there and it is there to protect you.
Obviously, we'll try and get from a woman Air Force warrior. Berlin Pawar is here. Ma'am, do join us live on India Today. It's a spectacular show, a beautiful performance throughout the day. But as somebody who's been associated with the Air Force, how important and significant is today's day with the unveiling of the new uniform?
So it's very important for all of us, because as I've you can see here the display is all indigenous. The aircraft, radar, missile system, everything is indigenous. Uniform is also changing. So we are just changing with the time and as per our requirement. So yeah, it's a main event.
Making the debut is the LCH Prachanda, the light combat helicopter. We've already seen LCA, which is Tejas, the aircraft. But how important and significant is the Made in India stamp compared to the world view about how we've been procuring Rafale, the other material? Made in India, how important is that?
So the most important thing which comes with Make in India is zero dependency on the foreign vendors. So the moment we have our own aircraft, in case of any unforeseen circumstances, we are not depending on any other agency for the maintenance and for upkeep of the system. So it gives us a better turnover and a better turnaround time.
Also, men and women, both air warriors, walking shoulder to shoulder. If we try and give you a sneak view about the parade which is simultaneously going on. But Berlin, we'll speak to you. You've been an important part of the Air Force. How do you see this, especially when it comes to gender equality, about Air Force not only marching on ground but shoulder to shoulder even in the skies?
So Kamaljeet, I will say that when you wear this uniform, you are no more a girl or a boy. You are a soldier. So there is no place for gender discrimination. What all matters is how good a leader you are and how well you can lead your team during the unforeseen circumstances. So gender doesn't stand a chance.
Beautifully said. But we're also looking at certain challenges. Pakistan on one end, China on the other end. We're looking at a massive aircraft, and obviously China has the wherewithal. But how do you see the challenge, especially coming in from India?
So India, as you say, that every day we are having some or the other modernization. So we are preparing ourselves and we are ready to face any challenge, not only with our machines, but also with our expert pilots.
Lean, mean machines, Berlin talking to us, but clearly look at this beautiful march which is going on. This is the 90th anniversary, and clearly for Air Force, it's a very big day. For people of Chandigarh, for people coming in from Punjab and Haryana, to see this up close is going to be significant. Remember, this is the Air Force station in Chandigarh. But in some time from now, when the action moves to Sukhna, that is where we're going to see a spectacular 83 aircrafts all going up. 44 of them will going to be the fighter jets. We're looking at 20 helicopters, 2 vintage aircrafts. All this is going to be part of a pattern, and we're going to see all these aircrafts doing a pirouette like a ballerina. And the air show that we saw on the 6th was very, very spectacular. The weather may have been cloudy today, but we do expect the show is going to be no less spectacular than the one which was on the rehearsal. But clearly, as far as the morale is concerned, and it is going to be all the 3 states. We're looking at Punjab, Haryana, people coming in from neighboring Himachal, and even from Chandigarh, who are going to go and witness this historical day taking place right here in Chandigarh.
Kamal getting us all of those details from the Indian Air Force Day, which is being celebrated today. It's celebrated every year on the 8th of October this year. Marks the 90th anniversary celebration of the Indian Air Force. Kamal continues to be with us, getting us all the details. Kamal, you were in fact telling us that it's a spectacular sky. Do tell us what else is expected. You mentioned in great detail about the Surya Kiran formation, which of course is actually the most anticipated event year after year, isn't it?
Well, absolutely, because the show is divided into 2 halves. The first half is where what we see is the marching contingent. That's what we see. And in short time from now, unveiling of the new uniform, a digital print which will be seen by one and all. And in months from now, we will see all these air warriors change and see that digital print from the combat uniform change its colors from green to what is called the bluish grey. And that also what will be done is the crowd will then significantly move from this particular venue to that of Sukhna Lake, and that's where the civilian population, the people from Aam Aadmi, the sort of common man will get a sense of how things are really unfold, because what looks like a simple acrobat are something which are extremely complicated. They are going to be the helicopters, so we're going to see Prachanda, the light combat helicopter, making its debut. We will see spectacular efforts as far as Tejas is concerned, Rafale is concerned, Trishul formation, the Surya Kiran formation, all of them making right from any design from the heart to that of a diamond. That is something which all eyes are going to be up in the sky. Hopefully the weather will turn out to be much better. There are light rains which are predicted, but we're also looking at 40,000 crowds. So all roads today in Chandigarh are leading towards Sukhna Lake. A big excitement building up. And before that, if we can try and show you, a lot of people out here, a huge media contingent covering this entire thing. But clearly, as far as Airforce is concerned, we are looking at huge crowds which have gathered here to look at this. And it's not limited to Delhi, to the Hindon, to Palam. This venue itself has brought in a lot of integration, especially as far as the region is concerned, from people coming in from all walks of life who will be looking at. And we've been told this place is obviously in the Sukhna region going to be overbooked, because people in the vicinity are going to all be looking up the sky. So those who cannot make it to Sukhna are going to line up with their friends who stay in the close vicinity of Sukhna and try and get a glimpse. And remember, we saw some spectacular performance on the 6th, which was the rehearsal. But today is the finale, and Draupadi Murmu as the president will be the chief guest. Raksha Mantri is going to accompany her. We're also looking at a great line of VVIPs, and obviously we're looking at a huge deal of traffic jam. But this is because it's the 90th Air Force Day. Nobody in Chandigarh wants to miss this particular show. So all roads are really leading up to Sukhna Lake. So after the first half is done, people will move away. And remember, this is going to be a great deal of inspiration, because this is not limited to just one function in a closed environment. This is for all the people who can actually look up in the skies and really enjoy the enthralling performance and see the skills of lean, mean machines. The air warriors, both men and women, perform for the audience, and obviously this would prove to be greatly inspirational for the Aam Janta. And let's see, we would perhaps get more heroes. There is also participation from Chandigarh residents, so a lot of them who've made it to the Air Force will be performing, and that is going to
perseverance and vision of our predecessors. It will only be right to acknowledge the contributions of our veterans who have charted this course, and now the onus is on us to usher the Air Force into the centenary decade. My salute to the former chiefs for steering the Air Force in the right direction, and my assurance to them that I, ably supported by all Air Warriors, will lead the Air Force to scale even greater heights. On behalf of all Air Warriors, I would like to pay homage to our fallen braves who made the supreme sacrifice in the line of duty. Today is an occasion to renew our allegiance to the Constitution of India, and as preservers of integrity and sovereignty of our country, we owe it to our future generations. On this historic occasion, it is my privilege to announce that the government has approved the creation of a weapon system branch for the officers in the Indian Air Force. This is the first time since independence that a new operational branch is being created. This will essentially be for manning of 4 specialized streams of surface-to-surface missiles, surface-to-air missiles, remotely piloted aircraft, and weapon systems operators in twin and multi-crew aircraft. Creation of this branch would result in savings of over 3,400 crores due to the reduced expenditure on flying training. Induction of Air Warriors into the Indian Air Force through the Agnipath scheme is a challenge for all of us. But more importantly, it is an opportunity for us to harness the potential of India's youth and channelize it towards the service of the nation. We have changed our operational training methodology to ensure that each Agniveer is equipped with the right skills and knowledge to start their career in the Air Force. In December this year, we would be inducting 3,000 Agniveer Vayu for their initial training. This number will only go up in the years to come to ensure adequate staffing. We are also planning on induction of women Agniveers starting next year. Creation of infrastructure is in progress and streamlining of trade structures is being finalized. In the last 1 year, we have had our share of challenges, and the Air Force has taken these challenges head-on and with all guns blazing. Continued deployment along our borders, HADR operations, or rescuing stranded Indians from conflict zones. We have seen the entire spectrum of roles and tasks laid down for the Air Force being undertaken. We are well and truly prepared to take on everything that comes our way, and the credit for that goes to all of you. The traditional domains of land, sea and air have expanded to include space and cyber. We are increasingly seeing the conversion of all these domains into one continuum in the form of hybrid warfare. The use of non-kinetic and non-lethal warfare to supplement kinetic means has changed the way wars will be prosecuted. Therefore, conventional systems and weapons will need to be augmented by modern, flexible and adaptive technology. Technology has given us the wherewithal to be innovative. We need to accept the fact that tomorrow's conflicts cannot be fought with yesterday's mindset. To be able to execute all missions in an environment of denial will increasingly be the basis of our training in the Air Force. Keeping this in mind, there is a need to plan for integrated and joint application of combat power. The key to success in multi-domain operations is to have flexible, robust, redundant command and control structures, which will allow a joint force to dominate across the domains. No single service can win a war on its own. Work is in progress to enhance jointness amongst the three services. The theme for this year's anniversary celebrations, Indian Air Force, Transforming for the Future, is very apt and highlights the Indian Air Force's need to redefine, reimagine and recalibrate to transform into a contemporary and future-ready force. Our fighting potential has to be sustained over the years through the induction of new generation fighters, AWACS, AEWC and flight refueling aircraft. We have initiated necessary steps to ensure our fighter squadron strength remains at the desired level. Indigenous development of 6 AEWC Mark II has been sanctioned, and we are actively pursuing the acquisition of I-STAR, UAVs, counter-UAS technology, and also strengthening our networks. Modern armed forces have to be sufficiently self-reliant to ensure minimum disruptions. Towards this, Atmanirbharta and Make in India is a step in the right direction. Our Indigenous Operational Network, AFNET, the backbone of all air operations, the IACCS, one of the largest maintenance management protocols, the EMMS, and the fact that we are completely paperless in our offices through the e-office application is a testimony to our commitment towards becoming self-reliant. The light combat aircraft, advanced light helicopter, Akash, Astra, and BrahMos are a few examples of the indigenous hardware that has already been inducted and operationalized. We have also signed a contract for 83 LCA Mark 1A and are fully committed to the development of the LCA Mark II and the AMC.
Just heard from Chief Marshal Vivek Ram Chaudhary talking about the much talked about and recently inducted light combat helicopter, which of course is made in India, and really the big highlight of the Indian Air Force celebrations, the 90th Foundation Day being commemorated today. With that, it's time for a quick commercial break here. We continue to keep a very close eye on that story on the other side as well. Do stay with us.
You are watching India Today.
But prices aren't what I'm doing science for. I'm for better or for worse. So I have to do it. It's kind of a compulsion. But lucky is something which I've been all my life. I just don't know. I mean, because I'm not too good at communicating, but I get excited and I run into the lab, and we have to do it tonight. We have to prove it's wrong tonight.
A touchscreen enables users to interact directly with the display monitor. They become a feature of everyday life at supermarket checkouts, ATM machines, on GPS devices, and most commonly with tablets and smartphones. There are two common types of touchscreen technology. One is called resistive. Two transparent sheets are coated with a conducting material and separated by tiny dots called spacers. When the two layers are pressed together, they create an electrical circuit that indicates the point of contact. Uses include cash and ticket machines. The other capacitive touch technology is most commonly used in tablets and smartphones. A layer of insulating material like glass is coated with a fine grid of electrodes thinner than human hair. This is sandwiched between an outer protective glass layer and an LCD screen that displays the images. As the human body is also an electrical conductor, touching the screen with a finger results in a change in the electrostatic field, indicating the point of contact. More recently, smartphone manufacturers have moved towards so-called on-cell and in-cell technologies. On-cell locates the touch technology onto the outer glass, whereas with in-cell, the touch sensors are built into the actual display panel. Both approaches allow devices to be thinner and lighter. New applications for touchscreen technology now include unlocking smartphones using a biometric fingerprint scanner. When a capacitive sensor is activated, it takes a high-resolution snapshot of a fingerprint, which is compared against the information stored inside the phone. If the unique characteristics in the arches, loops, or whorls match the device, it will unlock.
Watching India Today.
Hello there, very good morning. You're watching India Today TV. I'm Sneha Mordani. Let's tell you what the top stories this Saturday are. Tipu war continues to simmer in Karnataka. Tipu Express has been renamed the Vodiyar Express on the request of BJP MP Pratap Simha, who calls this a tribute to the Vodiyar dynasty. Sena versus Sena legacy war intensifies as the Sena symbol fight reaches the Election Commission doorstep. As Shinde claims bow and arrow symbol, Election Commission has sought a response from the Uddhav camp by 2 p.m. today. Shocking arrogance by a TRS Neta. TRS Sarpanch kicks a specially abled man, humiliates him for demanding wages. 11 people have died after a bus caught fire, in Maharashtra's Nashik. Several injured after the bus caught fire after this accident. Indian Air Force's first woman Su-30 weapon system operator is ready to respond to threats at the China front. Indian Air Force Day on the 8th of October. We're getting you these pictures from the Air Force Day celebrations at the Sukna Lake in Chandigarh. Celebration venue outside the Delhi National Capital Region for the first time ever. President Draupadi Murmu, Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh are at the event. The 90th Air Force Day will witness the newly inducted light combat helicopter Prachand on display. The Governor of Punjab and the Administrator of Chandigarh, as well as the Governor of Haryana, will be present in this program. The Chief Ministers of both the states, Punjab and Haryana, will be present as well. 75 aircraft, including single-engine MiG-21 aircraft, fighters, transport planes, along with helicopters, are participating in the flypast. 9 aircraft kept on standby during the air show. Altogether, 84 fighter jets and helicopters, military transport aircraft will be flying in the skies over Sukna Lake. Till now, the Indian Air Force, the day parade and the flypast used to take place at the Hindan Air Base, which is adjacent to Delhi city. From this year onwards, a decision has been taken to move the flypast out of this airbase. My colleague Kamaljeet Sandhu is at the Chandigarh Air Force Base, getting us the very latest. Kamal, get us up to speed with the events that are lined up for the next few minutes or so.
Well, what you see behind me is a visual treat. These are air warriors, a marching contingent right there in front of the display that's made in India. The Make in India stamp is all over, and if you see, what you can see is the LCH, which is the Light Combat Helicopter Prachanda, making its debut. We also see Akash, the defense system, Tejas, Rohini. So all this is part of the parade and part of the display, but that's the marching contingent right there. The Air Force warriors all in blue, but in some time from now, what you will see is unveiling of the new digital pattern, the new combat uniform of the Indian Air Force. Remember, this is the 90th anniversary as Indian Air Force is concerned, and it's gone beyond the borders of Delhi. So it's not at Palam or Hindan. The function taking place in the heart of Chandigarh, in the Chandigarh Air Force, and clearly the Air Chief has just spoken and he's talked about touching the blue skies, and that is what makes Indian Air Force an extremely proud force. They've always touched the skies, and thereafter what we're going to see is we're going to see a spectacular function where they're going to be putting together, assembling a car, dismantling it and assembling it back again. So that is one of those things. The other is obviously an aerial combat that we expected to see in a short while. But the program has largely been bifurcated because the first half is a more private function. It is for the VVIPs, it is for the Indian Air Force, but the second half is the one which will really connect to the people. It will connect to the people of Punjab, Haryana, Chandigarh, because the show is very much in Sukna, and Sukna itself will have a spectacular show for about 40 minutes. We're going to see formations by Sukhois, by Tejas, by Prachanda, by all these fleet of 83 helicopters. We've been told 44 of them are the fighter jets. We're also going to see Rafale in action. We're going to see formations, anything from a heart to a diamond, and Surya Kiran, which obviously is the star highlight of this entire program, making those spectacular formations, and this is going to be enthralling the audience all across Sukna Lake. So yes, the chief guest is going to be Draupadi Murmu, the President of India. Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh will accompany her. We're going to see all the top-notch chief ministers, whether it's Bhagwant Mann, whether it is Manohar Lal Khattar. We're going to see the governors, their advisors. But the real connect is from the Aam Aadmi, from the common person who's going to be very much showing up in large numbers. We've been told at least 40,000 of them going to turn up. We saw at least half of them turn up for the rehearsal, but today is the finale. So all roads in Chandigarh are really leading up to Sukna Lake. That's what we're going to see is around 1 hour of spectacular performance in the air. What we've been told is the weather department has actually predicted light showers, especially in the afternoon. But going by the spirits that we see on the ground, whether it's the rain or the thunderstorm, it's not going to dampen the spirit either of the Air Force or of the people who are going to turn up in large numbers. But clearly, the spirit is extremely high. It's the 90th anniversary, and this is Atmanirbhar Bharat and Atmanirbhar Vayu Sena. So all this is going to come together, and we're going to see an amalgamation of how things are going to turn out, especially the air acrobats and the air performance, which is going to be the highlight, which is going to be starting from 2:30 onwards. But today, that's what in Chandigarh has all become. It has turned its colors to blue to join the Indian Air Force in wishing it the 90th anniversary, and obviously whether it's the ground or whether it's up in the air. This is, and we can just try and show you a sneak peek. This is the car which is going to be dismantled by the commandos. This is a very specific job, but clearly the Air Force has time and again proved its mettle, whether it's in the skies, whether it's on the ground, and the Garud Commandos, a proud commando force, obviously putting together a spectacular show. This one dismantling the car, and in a couple of minutes from now, the entire car will be assembled right back in. So the talent which is very much there in the Air Force is something which is at display, and behind that is obviously the Make in India mark, which the Indian Air Force is very much known for now. So we saw on the 3rd of October Prachanda, which made its debut, and that is where you can see a red nozzle extreme left helicopter. That is Prachanda, and we're going to see this up in the sky in the Sukna Lake. We're also going to see the LCA, which is the Tejas aircraft, which is going to be another milestone. So all these aircrafts, but remember, there's going to be Rafale as well. So we're going to see the Jaguars, the Sukhois, the Mi-17s, whether it is the transport choppers, whether it is the aircraft, the C-17, the jumbo flights, the Surya Kiran, all of them making a huge impact. But today is a big day as far as the Air Force is concerned, putting together a spectacular show, whether it's on the ground or whether it's up in the sky. And yes, Chandigarh turning to blue because that's their favorite color as far as the Air Force is concerned.
And that's the favorite color is what Kamal is telling us, getting us the very latest live pictures coming in from the Air Force station. From the fly past to parade, this is a grand show, Kamal. This time around, the new bit here is that for the first time, it's not happening at the Hindon, or it's not happening anywhere near the National Capital Region. It's happening right outside the NCR. Talk to us about the reasons why.
speciality of this drill is that the...
Important part is that geopolitically this is a very important station because remember, after Delhi, this is the second key station. This is used as a major transit route. So this is going to be having a backup as far as Jammu Kashmir is concerned, Leh Ladakh is concerned. A lot of flights do come in here. But what is also important and significant is about the strategic importance of being in Chandigarh. A lot of flights are going to be taking off from here. They're going to be taking off from Ambala and nearby Airforce station, so that there are at least 83 flights are in tandem in and around Sukna Lake, and they're going to go in non-stop. So this is one mean feat which the Indian Air Force is performing. Now we've seen that happening in Hindon, which is one of the largest air bases, but now it's going to be Chandigarh. And remember, there is no base there because it's up, it's on Sukna Lake. So that's where the audience is going to be there. They've already done several of the practices there. So we've seen at least Chandigarh people would have heard these fighter jets coming down, swoop down towards Sukna Lake. But this is the finale, because this performance is going to be watched by people of Chandigarh, but also across the country and around the world. And that is where the performance, the lean, mean machines, so whether it is the Make in India project, whether it is the Tejas, whether it is Prachanda, or for that matter, whether we're talking about the Rafale jets, whether we're talking about the Sukhois, all of them making a very precision performance. And this is where we've seen some of the aircrafts actually fly at a great speed, just about backwards, some of them pirouetting like the ballerina, the others making those spectacular performance. All this is very well done, worked in tandem, because the performance come almost one after the other. Some of the aircrafts having less than 5 meters distance from each other. So that what requires not just expertise, but it requires hours and hours of training. And that is when it boils down to this entire air show, which is something of going to be a favorite time this weekend for all the Chandigarh people. Almost 40,000 of them are now booked to watch that show in the afternoon. From hours from now, that is what you're going to see. And the first performance itself, where that machine has been dismantled and put together, this is where we actually go to see some of the acrobats even on land. So these air warriors are the experts, especially in the sky, but also on land. And this is the show which talks about their mean feat, and all of them being put together by a spectacular show. And this is being based out of Chandigarh.
Kamal getting us all of the details from the Indian Air Force celebrations of the 90th foundation today.
By the Air Warrior Drill Team of the Indian Air Force, Arjun.
स्थापना दिवस मनाया जा रहा है। एक नई परंपरा हो रही है। एनसीआर दिल्ली के अलावा पहली बार चंडीगढ़ में स्थापना दिवस मनाया गया है, और उसके बाद से देश के अलग अलग हिस्सों में इस एयर शो या फिर स्थापना दिवस को मनाया जाएगा। और यहाँ पर जो कार्यक्रम है वो परेड
राइफल ड्रिल by the Air Warrior Drill Team of the Indian Air Force, named as Arjun.
Kamaljeet Sandhu continues to be with us. The Indian Air Force, Kamal, as always, putting up a dazzling show with a range of aircraft. And this time around, like we've been talking about, the icing really on the cake is India made in India light combat helicopter Prachand, isn't it? Which has just been inducted into the Indian Air Force and the Army.
Well, absolutely. It's actually dazzling on the land. It dazzled across the skies in Chandigarh. So we've been seeing the practice run taking place. The full rehearsal took place just 2 days ago on the 6th of October. But Prachanda there on the extreme left is the one which has a red sort of a nozzle there, but that's a cover which has been put. But in the skies, this has a great sort of a performance, because remember, the shield itself is bulletproof, and clearly as far as Made in India impact is concerned. On the October 3rd, that is where Raksha Mantri had inducted this. There was a huge welcome by the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and thereafter we've seen the performance already taking place. And this is not just limited to the air show. It is important, it is vital, because it has a stamp of Make in India, and that itself makes every Indian extremely proud. The Indian Air Force coming of age, it's 90th anniversary for them, but as far as technology is concerned, remember, this is one force which has always kept itself abreast of all technology, whether it is getting in the latest fighter aircraft, the Rafale, making its debut. Then we have also seen Prachanda, we've seen the Tejas, we've seen the defense system, whether it is BrahMos and the others. So this is something which the Indian Air Force has concentrated very well on, because besides the Indian Army, the Indian Navy, this is the Indian Air Force, and this is extremely vital and important. And today at display is obviously the 83 aircraft, 44 of them the fighter jets. We're talking about 20 helicopters, we're talking about 2 vintage, we're talking about transport planes. These are all very important, and they have a significant part, whether it is transportation of the personnel from one part to the other. We've also seen the howitzer being taken up in the sky and placed very strategically. We've seen the Bambi display, the display in which the water is lifted, and it is actually meant for savior as far as jungle fires are concerned. So Air Force in itself has diversified, because providing relief, providing rescue, the Indian Air Force has always been at the forefront. And here we see is a huge display of skills. The way these guns are rotating, these are almost 5 kgs in weight, and it looks very simplistic at this point of time. This is based on a lot of precision and practice, but there you see all these guns rotating up in the air and going back, landing in the hands of the air warriors. This itself is a spectacular show. It will go on for the next few minutes or so, but clearly on hand is not just display of practice and precision, not just of parade, but this is also a discipline which will and is required very much in the warlike scenarios. And this is where Indian Air Force has always proved its mettle. And this is where what we see is a huge show and huge numbers of people now really turning up. We'll just try and show you the sort of audience which is present. This is at a distance, but the numbers are overwhelming. A lot of people have been vying, but in Sukna Lake is where we're actually going to see a spectacular show, both by the Air Force as well as the audience, which will be enthralled for more than 1 hour, with one formation coming in up in the air to the other formations. So whether it's the Jaguars, the Sukhoi, the Tejas, we're talking about the helicopters, whether it's Prachanda or for that matter Tejas, all of them going to be showing their part of thing. The Mi-17s are going to make a huge comeback. And remember, this is going to be leading up to a lot of build-up and excitement, especially on the ground. And this is where the Indian Air Force lending its blue color to Chandigarh at this point of time. It may be cloudy and even rains are predicted in the afternoon, but that's not going to dampen the spirit either of the Air Force or of the people who are going to be watching this particular powerful display up in the sky.
यहाँ हमें इन वायुयोद्धाओं की मानसिक एवं शारीरिक क्षमता के बारे में कहने की आवश्यकता नहीं है, क्योंकि जिस राइफल का वजन 5.5 किलो है, वह इनके हाथ में खिलौनों के।
Kamal, what's also important today is the manner in which the combat uniform is going to get a bit of a change there. Talk to us a little more about it.
Well, we're looking at a countdown, because after this particular display is something that we're looking at, unveiling of that particular uniform, the combat uniform. It's been 90 years, and yes, it's time for change, it's time for transformation. And we've seen and we've been told that there's going to be a digital print as far as the camouflage is concerned, and it's going to be light grey and blue in color. The real colors will obviously be known in a couple of minutes from now. The countdown to that uniform has begun, and in 90 years, the force itself being young but with colors of blue now reigning over Chandigarh, it's time to unveil that particular uniform, and that is where they will feel that this is something which will boost the morale of the air warriors, but also bringing the much newness which is required. So that is where the spirit of Air Force going to be reflected in that particular uniform. It's going to be a combat uniform. We've seen earlier a green digital print. We've seen the red beret cap. caps, but now we're going to actually see a sort of transformation that is going to be unveiled right here in the Chandigarh Airforce grounds in a short while from now.
The moment, we'll keep coming back to you for more on that. All eyes on Chandigarh. Kamal is telling us it's all blue in color, and that is really the flavor, and that's really the color of today, given that the Indian Air Force is commemorating and marking 90 years of glory, excellence and bravery.
You are watching India Today.
Traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
शोरों से हो रही है। लगातार पिछले कुछ हफ्तों से ये शख्स चर्चा में बने हुए हैं और कह लीजिए इनको न्यूज़ मेकर ऑफ द वीक तिरुवनंतपुरम के सांसद शशि थरूर साहब, जो कि अब कांग्रेस के अध्यक्ष पद की दौड़ में थरूर बनाम मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे। सर, ये बताइए, नामांकन तो आपने वापस लिया नहीं, तो इसका मतलब ये समझ लें कि अब जो है लड़ाई आर पार की है।
बिल्कुल, बहुत उम्मीद से। और नमस्कार मौसमी, हमने कहा आज सुबह। मैं सिर्फ ये बताना चाहता हूँ कि ये वैसे भी मेरे ख्याल में अगर खारगे साहब जीते या मैं जीते, अंत में कांग्रेस की जीत होनी चाहिए। ये चुनाव तो कांग्रेस की मजबूती के लिए है और मैं इसमें तो बिल्कुल लगा हूँ। और आपको पता है कि 9 दिन बाकी है। इस 9 दिन में पूरा जितने भी लोगों से मिल सके, संपर्क कर सके, मैं कर रहा हूँ।
देखिए, थरूर साहब का ये इंटरव्यू हिंदी में है। आपकी हिंदी को लेके बहुत ज्यादा चर्चा चल रही है। आपने एक शेर भी सुनाया था कि मैं अकेला ही चला था जानिबे मंजिल, मगर लोग साथ आते गए और कारवां बनता गया। तो क्या कारवां बन रहा है कि नहीं बन रहा है?
बन रहा है, और उसमें तो डेलीगेट शामिल होने चाहिए कारवां में। तो ये हो रहा है मेरे ख्याल में हर प्रदेश में, हर राज्य में लोग बहुत इसमें दिलचस्पी दिखा रहे हैं और वो चाहते हैं कि इस चुनाव में हम जबरदस्त आगे बढ़े।
पर दिलचस्प बात यह है कि लगातार एक तरफ आप कैंपेन कर रहे हैं, दूसरी तरफ आप देखिए तो ये लगातार कहा जा रहा है कि मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जो है वो गांधी परिवार के नॉमिनी है।
देखिए, मैं गांधी परिवार से बात की, उन्होंने मुझे कहा, सोनिया गांधी जी, पूर्व अध्यक्ष राहुल गांधी जी, प्रियंका, सारे ने कहा देखिए हमारे पास कोई ऐसे आधिकारिक उम्मीदवार नहीं है, हम खुद तो निष्पक्ष रहेंगे और आप आगे हिम्मत से लड़िए। तो मैं इसी स्पिरिट में मैं आगे चला हूं। मुझे पता है कि कुछ लोग कह रहे हैं और कुछ लोग शायद दूसरों को फोन करके कह रहे हैं कि ऐसे मत कर, थरूर साहब के पास मत जाना क्योंकि गांधी परिवार संतुष्ट नहीं होंगे। ये तो सही नहीं है। और गांधी परिवार से कहने से हमारे जो चीफ इलेक्शन अथॉरिटी है मधुसूदन मिस्त्री जी, उन्होंने तो माध्यमों में स्पष्ट कहा कि जो अगर किसी ने ऐसे कहा कि कोई आधिकारिक उम्मीदवार है कि ये बात सही नहीं है, और उसने 2 बार कहा ये बात सही नहीं है, तो अंत में मैं किसको भरोसा करूं? मेरे पार्टी के नेतृत्व को भरोसा करूं या ये जो ऐसे प्रचार कर रहे हैं उनके उम्मीदवार के लिए? मैं साफ बताता हूं, लोगों को डरने की कोई जरूरत नहीं है। सीक्रेट बैलेट है, कोई भी इशारा नहीं होगा बैलेट पेपर में कौन वोट किया, कहां वोट किया, क्योंकि सारे बैलेट पेपर दिल्ली में मिला के गिनेंगे। तो इस हालत में अगर ऐसे लोग हमारे पार्टी में जो मुझे समर्थन देना चाहते हैं लेकिन उनका डर है कि नेतृत्व को पसंद नहीं हो जाएगा, मैं उनको बताता हूं कि नेतृत्व ही अश्योर किए हैं इस पार्टी में सीक्रेट बैलेट ही होगा और इस चुनाव में फ्री एंड फेयर इलेक्शन के रूप में हमें एक अध्यक्ष चुना जाएगा।
पर क्या धारा प्रवाह के विपरीत आप चल रहे हैं शशि साहब? मतलब कहने की बात और होती है, कहा जा रहा है कि सब दिखावा है, मतलब आश्वासन आपको दिए जाने पर जमीन की हकीकत आप अच्छी तरह से
जमीन की हकीकत पे ही मैं अभी लड़ रहा हूं ना, क्योंकि मुझे पता है कि कुछ लोग को ऐसे खबर या ऐसे संदेश मिल रहे हैं जो नेचुरली मेरे लिए तो कठिन होगा, लेकिन मैं उनसे भी कह रहा हूं कि देखिए अगर आपका मन मेरे साथ, अगर आप चाहते हैं कि सब कुछ ऐसे ही निरंतर कंटिन्यू करते रहे जैसे हम कुछ सालों से देखे हैं पार्टी में, तो नेचुरली मुझे आपका वोट नहीं मिलेगा, क्योंकि मैं बदलाव क्या उम्मीदवार हूं, मैं परिवर्तन के लिए खड़ा हूं। आपको पता है कि मैंने एक मैनिफेस्टो पत्रिका निकाल दी, पब्लिश किया है, सबको मैं भेज रहा हूं। नंबर तो अभी सिर्फ 1-2 दिन पहले मिला, तो उस नंबर पे सबको ये मैं भेज दूंगा।
अभी
और
नंबर भी नहीं
कह रहा हूं कि परिवर्तन के लिए, कांग्रेस की मजबूती करने के लिए मैं खड़ा हूं। नहीं देखिए, एक बड़ी चीज में कहूं, ये प्रोसीजर तो एक चीज होती है, लेकिन हमारे उद्देश्य क्या है? आपको पता है कि 2014 में हमें 19% वोट मिला, 2019 में भी 19% वोट मिला, तो 2024 में हमें नए वोट चाहिए। जो हमें पिछले 2 बार हमें वोट नहीं किए, उनको वापस ले आना पड़ेगा। और ये कैसे करेंगे? मेरे ख्याल में हमको दिखाना पड़ेगा कि कांग्रेस भी बदले, कि हम दिखाना चाहेंगे कि नई कांग्रेस उनके समर्थन मांग रहे हैं। मेरे ख्याल में बहुत लोग असंतुष्ट है सरकार से। अब किसी से भी पूछिए कि 8.5 साल मोदी सरकार में आपकी जिंदगी कुछ बेहतर हुए क्या? जो 2014 में रोजगार के इंतजार में वोट किया मोदी जी को, उनको रोजगार मिले हैं? जब हमारे देश में रिकॉर्ड लेवल्स ऑफ ये बेरोजगारी है, महंगाई बढ़ते जा रहे हैं, जब इतने सारी कठिनाइयां नोटबंदी के बाद लोग महसूस किए हैं, तो लोग असंतुष्ट है, इसमें कोई शक नहीं है। लेकिन शायद वो लोग पूछ रहे हैं कि देखिए लेकिन कांग्रेस को क्या वोट दूं, 2 बार उनको हराया। तो इस बार हम उनसे कहना चाहते हैं कि देखिए कांग्रेस में भी एक नई ऊर्जा है। हम आए हैं बीजेपी के सारे चुनौती को फेस करने के लिए आपकी मदद के साथ। तो ये संदेश देने के लिए पार्टी के अंदर भी बदलाव चाहिए।
आपने प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी और मौजूदा सरकार का जिक्र किया, मैं उस पर आऊं उससे पहले मैं आपकी पार्टी में जो असंतुष्टि है उसको लेकर कहीं ना कहीं वो भी कारण था कि आप आज खड़े हुए हैं। आपने मैनिफेस्टो में जो बातें की शशि साहब, मैंने आपका मैनिफेस्टो देखा है, डिसेंट्रलाइजेशन ऑफ पावर की आप बात कर रहे हैं। आप कह रहे हैं कि
केंद्रीकरण चाहिए पार्टी में, सारे नीचे के स्तर पे नेचुरली हमें उनको सशक्तिकरण करनी चाहिए, एम्पावरमेंट देनी चाहिए। बात यह है कि कार्यकर्ताओं को सम्मान मिलना चाहिए, उनको लगना चाहिए कि उनकी राय सुनने के लिए पार्टी तैयार है। मैं नहीं कह रहा हूं कि सारे डिसीजन हम लोअर लेवल पे ले सकेंगे, कुछ चीजें जो बूथ या मंडल में कराया जाएगा, कुछ तो जिले में, कुछ तो राज्य में और कुछ तो दिल्ली में, ये तो होता ही है। लेकिन आजकल हमारी पार्टी के इंप्रेशन है कि सारे चीजें तय किया जाता है यही सिर्फ दिल्ली में, और लोगों को पता भी नहीं है कि किससे बात करके किया, क्या हुआ, किस किस्म की चर्चा होगी। तो मेरे ख्याल में ये पार्टी तो बहुत अच्छी तरह चला है कई सालों से। हमने 2 चुनाव भी जीते 2009 में, 2014 में, लेकिन अभी कुछ सालों के बाद एक रिन्यूअल, एक री-इन्विगोरेशन जैसे अंग्रेजी में कहते हैं, इसकी जरूरत है। और मैं चाहता हूं कि ये सब बदल के, देखिए, हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं को सम्मान दे दे, उनको एक्सेस दे दे, लोगों को संपर्क करने के लिए नेतृत्व से, कि चीजें तय करने के पहले जरा डिस्कशन हो जाए। हमारे पार्टी में कई जो स्थापनाएं हैं जो इस्तेमाल नहीं कर रहे हैं कुछ सालों से। कांग्रेस वर्किंग कमेटी में चुनाव नहीं हुआ बहुत साल से, पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड तो है ही नहीं 20 साल से। अगर आप देखेंगे कि हमारे जो तय करनी चाहिए, हमारे जो राज्यों में हम सरकार
CLP नेता तय करते हैं,
वो सब, तो ये सब मेरे ख्याल में
ये वन लाइन रेजोल्यूशन के लिए भी आपने कहा कि इस तरह का
वन लाइन रेजोल्यूशन की आदत शायद हमें बदलना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि सब कुछ अध्यक्ष के सिर पे रखना क्यों जरूरी है। मैं कहता हूं कि मैं तो अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पे, आपको पता है, सीनियर मैनेजर था यूनाइटेड नेशन में। यूनाइटेड नेशंस के सबसे बड़ा डिपार्टमेंट का नेतृत्व मैंने 7 साल तक किया, तो अंडर सेक्रेटरी जनरल ऑफ पब्लिक इंफॉर्मेशन हो। तो मेरे सिस्टम जो अच्छी तरह चला कि लोगों को पहले आप कंसल्ट करो, उसके बाद उनको अथॉरिटी दे दो, उनको बोलो कि अधिकार आपके हैं, मैं आपसे ये जिम्मेदारी देता हूं। 1 बार 2 बार गलती किए तो जिम्मेदारी मैं लेता हूं, क्योंकि मैंने तो आपको रख दिया। बार बार गलती करेंगे या बार बार आपकी जजमेंट में कुछ खराबी है तो आपको हटा देना पड़ेगा। तो इस सिस्टम में जैसे डेलीगेटेड अथॉरिटी लोग इस्तेमाल करते हैं और उनको लगता है कि हमें हक है, हमें जो सिर्फ एक टाइटल नहीं है। हमारे जो डेलीगेट्स आजकल है, हमारे ये जो चुनाव में जो वोट करने वाले मतदार है, ये लोग, उनको ये वोट के अलावा कभी उनको कंसल्ट करते हैं? मैं चाहूंगा कि कभी भी कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष या कोई बड़ा नेता कहीं गए उनके जिले पे, कि उनको भी मंच पे बिठा दे। ये डेलीगेट्स जो आए हैं, जो हमारे जो पीसीसी के अंग है, पीसीसी डेलीगेट्स जो कहे जाते हैं, उनको भी जरा सा कंसल्ट करें। अगर चुनाव लड़ना है तो उनकी भी राय पूछिए कि किसको टिकट देना है।
पर मुझे
अगर आप चाहते हैं कि सारे पार्टी अंग को लगा कि हमारे जो पार्टी में हम भागीदारी है, तो इसके लिए हमें कुछ जिम्मेदारियां भी लेनी चाहिए।
जिम्मेदारी भी लेनी। पर मुझे 2 बात समझ में आई। एक तो कि आप पार्टी का जो हाई कमांड कल्चर है, बिकॉज ये तो पूरा हाई कमांड कल्चर का हिस्सा है, उससे आपको लगता है कि उसको गुड बाय कहने का वक्त आ गया, जो हाई कमांड पार्टी हाई कमांड कल्चर?
आक्षेप नहीं करना चाहता हूं, क्योंकि आपको पता है कि हर इंसान को अपने ही तरीका है काम करने का। एक्चुअली खड़गे साहब और मैं तो हम दोस्त हैं, हम एक साथ काम किए हैं लोकसभा में। मैं कभी भी नहीं कहूंगा कि मैं उनके खिलाफ हूं या कोई भी दुश्मनी है हमारे आपस में। लेकिन हम सब कह रहे हैं कि देखिए, हमारी काम करने का तरीका अलग है। खड़गे साहब तो बहुत सीनियर नेता है, मैं बहुत इज्जत देता हूं उनको, लेकिन मैं तो जो काम किया हूं और मेरी तरीका अलग होगा। और मैं जो ये मैनिफेस्टो पत्रिका में किए, मैंने कहा कि इलेक्शन के अगले दिन अगर मैं जीता तो मैं इसी मैनिफेस्टो के ऊपर ही सारे एक्शन ले लेंगे और कांग्रेस वर्किंग कमेटी का चुनाव मैं मांगूंगा। और हमारी पार्टी को जरा से, जैसे मैंने कहा, एक नई ऊर्जा भी लेके आना चाहिए, क्योंकि सब लोग को लगना चाहिए कि देखिए परिवर्तन हो रहा है, बदलाव हो रहा है, हम इस पार्टी के साथ 2024 में लड़ने के लिए तैयार है।
पर शशि साहब, ये ऐसे में तो आप प्रेसिडेंट नहीं बनना चाहते, आप प्रेसिडेंट के साथ साथ लीडर भी बनना चाहते हैं। लगातार इस बात पर जो है डिस्टिंक्शन हो रहा है कि आप, जो भी नया आएगा अध्यक्ष, वो अध्यक्ष होगा और लीडर राहुल गांधी रहेंगे। आप जो कह रहे हैं, अगर आप वो इम्प्लीमेंट कर देंगे तो आप तो लीडर हो जाएंगे पार्टी के।
देखिए, ये
तो
सब
आप लीडर होंगे कि आप प्रेसिडेंट होंगे, ये बताइए।
देखिए, प्रेसिडेंट जैसे हमारे कांग्रेस का एक संविधान है, और संविधान में जो लिखा है, प्रेसिडेंट तो किसी को रिपोर्ट नहीं करते, मतलब प्रेसिडेंट ही है हमारी पार्टी के अध्यक्ष, वही तय करते हैं। अंत में जो चुनाव में हम आगे रखना चाहिए, नेचुरली दूसरे लोग भी होंगे। मैं आपसे कहता हूं कि जो भारत जोड़ो यात्रा भी चल रहा है, राहुल गांधी ने कमाल का काम कर दिया। मैं खुद गया उनके साथ, कन्याकुमारी में था और केरला में 3 दिन के साथ चला। मैं आपको, हाँ, आपसे मिला वहां। आपको पता है कि सुबह सुबह 6:30-7 बजे कितने लोग बाहर है, आप देखें, आप कितने, मतलब बहुत आवेश से लोग आके उनको समर्थन दे रहे थे, उनको मिलना चाहते थे, उनको छूना चाहते थे। तो ये सब पार्टी के लिए बेनिफिट, पार्टी की भलाई के लिए हो रहा है। तो मैं कहूंगा, अगर प्रेसिडेंट चुना जाएगा अक्टूबर 17 को, अक्टूबर 19 को जब गिनेंगे वोट, और राहुल गांधी जी अगले साल तक मार्च यात्रा करते रहे, तो राहुल गांधी जो कर रहा है करने दीजिए, पार्टी के लिए बहुत अच्छा है। और उनका जो नेतृत्व है इस यात्रा में, और जो दूसरे तरीके जो वो चाहते हैं, मेरे ख्याल में ये हमारे लिए अच्छे है तो नेचुरली हम इस्तेमाल करेंगे।
पर आप अध्यक्ष बनते हैं तो फैसला आपका चलेगा कि गांधी परिवार का चलेगा?
विषय के अनुसार। अगर ये भारत जोड़ो यात्रा में जो चल रहा है उनको मैं जाके कैसे कहूँ कि ऐसे करो, उस रोड पे जाओ, कहीं और जाओ। प्रेसिडेंट तो है लेकिन पार्टी भी चलना है, सब लोग देखिए, सब लोग सहयोगी है इसमें। आप ये भी मान लीजिए कि हम सब लोग एक साथ काम करने चाहिए। इस चुनाव के बाद खड़गे साहब और मैं तो एक साथ ही काम करेंगे पार्लियामेंट में, और अगर खड़गे साहब जीता तो मेरी कोई प्रतीक्षा नहीं है कि मेरा हाल बहुत बुरा हो जाएगा पार्टी में, क्योंकि पार्टी
पर
जानना
आपको तो खुद ही
चाहिए।
समर्थन नहीं मिल रहा है। आपके स्टेट में तमाम ऐसे औपचारिक पदों पर लोग हैं जिन्होंने खुला समर्थन खड़गे साहब को दे दिया। रमेश चन्नैथल अभी भी उनके साथ
के समर्थन में कभी प्रतीक्षा नहीं की। आपको पता है कि कोई भी सिस्टम में तो एक एस्टैब्लिशमेंट होता है जो नेतृत्व में है, जिनके पास ऑफिशियल टाइटल्स होते हैं, जो इंचार्ज है, जनरल सेक्रेटरी है, पीसीसी चीफ है, सीएलपी लीडर, इस किस्म के लोगों को नेचुरली सिस्टम के ऊपर जो बैठे हैं वो तो बदलाव क्यों मांगेंगे। तो मैं ज्यादा प्रतीक्षा नहीं की। फिर भी कुछ सीनियर लीडर्स मुझे मेरे नॉमिनेशन पत्रिके पे दस्तखत किए हैं, लेकिन ये नहीं है। मैं सिर्फ ये कहूंगा कि मैं ज्यादा कार्यकर्ताओं की आवाज उठाने के लिए आया हूं, और वहां मैं आपको कह सकता हूं कि मुझे हर रोज बहुत लोग मिलने आ रहे हैं, फोन कर रहे हैं, और कई लोग कह रहे हैं कि देखिए हमें तो खोल के दिखाना मुश्किल है क्योंकि पार्टी पता नहीं कि कुछ होगा या कोई नेता को पसंद नहीं होंगे, लेकिन जब वोट डालेंगे हम आपके साथ।
आप कह रहे हैं बड़ा अपसेट होने वाला है, मतलब
देखिए मेरे ख्याल में तो वैसे भी कुछ सरप्राइज तो होंगे लोगों को, क्योंकि शायद लोगों का जो अनुभव क्या था कि जब 2000 में इलेक्शन हुए कि जितेंद्र प्रसाद साहब को 1% भी नहीं मिला, जब 96 पे ये चुनाव में शरद पवार साहब और राजेश पायलट साहब को कुल मिला के 6% नहीं मिले, तो लोग सोचते हैं कि इसी होगा, कि यही होगा कि ये एक आधिकारिक उम्मीदवार को 90 से ज्यादा या उसमें शायद 99% मिल जाएंगे, और कोई आया है सिर्फ विंडो ड्रेसिंग के लिए, जैसे अंग्रेजी में कहते हैं। मैं कह रहा हूं कि ये बिल्कुल ऐसे नहीं है। एक असली चुनाव चल रहा है, और हमारे पार्टी डेलीगेट्स के रिएक्शन देख के और पब्लिक के, आपको अब देखा है कि पब्लिक में क्या क्या हो रहा है, हमारे जो माध्यमों, सोशल मीडिया, सामाजिक माध्यम जो है, लोग क्या क्या कह रहे हैं, ये सब तो हमारे डेलीगेट्स भी देख के पड़ेंगे। वो भी इसी समाज में रह रहे हैं, उनको कैसे कह सकते हैं कि वो ये सब सुनने की जरूरत नहीं है, अब सब सिर्फ नेताओं को सुनेंगे।
पर आप लोग को, आपको जो टारगेट बनाया जा रहा है, जैसे अशोक गहलोत कह रहे हैं कि एलीट है शशि थरूर, मतलब खड़गे जो है वो
देखिए, जो अगर मैं कोई पैराशूट लेके राज्यसभा पहुंच गया था तो शायद ऐसे कह सकते हैं। जो 3 बार लोकसभा चुनाव जीते हैं, 2 बार भाजपा सेकंड आए मोदी वेव के समय, उसके बाद मैंने सीट को छीन लिया था कम्युनिस्ट पार्टी से, तो ये सीट कोई कंफर्टेबल गारंटीड कांग्रेस सीट तो नहीं था। फिर भी मैं आके लोगों को संपर्क करके मैंने जीता। और ये भी जानना चाहिए कि तिरुवनंतपुरम सही है कि केरला की राजधानी है, लेकिन हमारी कंस्टिट्यूएंसी जो है 60% से ज्यादा ग्रामीण लोग हैं, मछुआरे हैं, आदिवासी हैं, कृषक है। तो आप समझ लीजिए कि साधारण लोग के मन समझने का मुझे कोई कैपेबिलिटी नहीं थी, तो मैं जीतता नहीं। मुझे जो आप अगर मेरी वोट एनालिसिस करेंगे कि ज्यादा शहर के वोट नहीं मिला मुझे, मेरे वोट है उसी इलाके में जहां लोग मुझसे संपर्क करके उनको मालूम है कि ये आदमी हमारी हित में ही काम कर रहा है।
अशोक गहलोत का जिक्र चला है तो वो भी जिक्र कर लेते हैं। वहां पे भी एक लाइन का डिक्टेट की बात हुई, मतलब कि मुझे लगता है कि कहीं ना कहीं आपको लगता है जो हाई कमांड कल्चर है उसका नतीजा है राजस्थान में जो मैस हुई। अगर रायशुमारी होती तो शायद, क्योंकि विधायक उसके बाद भी कह रहे हैं, मतलब एक जेन्युइन, क्योंकि आप बेबाकी से अपनी बात रखते हैं, विधायक बाद में भी शशि साहब इस बात का जिक्र कर रहे हैं कि हम लोग से पूछा जाना चाहिए था। एक लाइन की डिक्टेट का जिक्र आया, ऑब्जर्वर की भूमिका पर संशय खड़ा हुआ, उसमें मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे भी।
तो आपको पता है कि यही मैं कह रहा हूं ना कि हमारी पार्टी के अंदर अगर लोगों को जरा से ज्यादा इन्वॉल्वमेंट का मौका दे दे, कि उनसे बात करें, उनको सुन ले, अंत में आप तय करेंगे, लेकिन उनकी राय जानने के बाद जब तय करेंगे बात अलग होगी। तो यही मैं कह रहा हूं। मैं राजस्थान के बारे में नहीं कह रहा हूं, क्योंकि जिस विषय पर मैं शामिल नहीं था मुझे बोलने का कोई हक नहीं है। जो उनको हैंडल कर रहे हैं, जो हमारी पार्टी का अध्यक्ष जो अभी है वो कर रही है, मैं उसके बारे में कुछ बोलना नहीं चाहूंगा। लेकिन इन प्रिंसिपल में चाहता हूं कि कोई भी किसी भी विषय पे हमारी पार्टी में कोई भी राज्य में अगर कुछ तय करना चाहिए तो लोगों से बात करके तय कीजिए, उनकी राय समझ के। और अगर आप लेजिस्लेचर के बारे में बोल रहे हैं तो नेचुरली जो चुनाव जीत के एमएलए आए हैं उनको लगा है कि हमारी भी राय में कुछ है, हमसे भी पूछिए। तो बस ये तो नॉर्मल है मेरे ख्याल में हमारे पार्टी का काम का तरीका शायद इस किस्म के, क्योंकि जब गांधी परिवार थे तो नेचुरली वो बहुत उनका जो खून भी एक सैकड़ों सा मतलब शताब्दी से हमारे साथ हमारे डीएनए पे मिले जुले हैं, तो नेचुरली गांधी परिवार का स्टैंडिंग अलग है। कोई साधारण व्यक्ति आया अध्यक्ष पद पे तो मेरे ख्याल में उनकी जिम्मेदारी होगी लोगों से बात करना और लोगों को एक साथ ले जाना, इकट्ठे हम आगे बढ़ना चाहिए। बस
आप कह रहे हैं ना कि अब बदलाव की जरूरत है, जो सिस्टम प्रिवेलिंग सिस्टम है उसको बदलने की जरूरत है। 20 साल से कांग्रेस कार्य समिति जो है उसका चयन नहीं हुआ, तो लगातार कहीं ना कहीं रिमोट कंट्रोल से चलाने की कोशिश हुई है पार्टी की। क्या आप रिमोट कंट्रोल प्रेसिडेंट होंगे?
नहीं, जब देखिए जब बड़े बड़े लोग होते हैं हमारे इतिहास में देखें, लोग कहते थे कि सिस्टम नहीं वो ही चलाते। जैसे नेहरू जी जब प्रधानमंत्री था लोग कहते थे ये तो नेहरू सिस्टम था, ये सिर्फ कांग्रेस सिस्टम नहीं। बाद में जब शास्त्री जी आए तो सिस्टम बदला। अब तो सोनिया गांधी जी करीब 25 साल से नेतृत्व दे रही है पार्टी की। नेचुरली उनका जो स्टैंडिंग है खड़गे साहब का और मेरा नहीं है, हम तो अलग किस्म के ही हमें काम करना पड़ेगा क्योंकि हम सोनिया गांधी है ही नहीं। तो आप देखिए समझ लीजिए कि अगर पार्टी में एक सिस्टम बना गया है जो एक नेता के सिस्टम है, तो जब नेता बदल जाएगा तो सिस्टम भी जरा बदलना चाहिए, यही मैं कह रहा हूँ।
अगर आप जीत जाते हैं तो आप पार्टी के अध्यक्ष होंगे, तब आपको प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी को चैलेंज करना पड़ेगा।
मैं तो मेरे ख्याल में आसान बात है। आपको पता है कि मैं कई बार देश में कई इलाके में मैं भाषण दे चुका हूँ, आपके इंडिया टुडे कॉन्क्लेव में भी कई बार। मैं तो किताब लिखा हूँ द पैराडॉक्सिकल प्राइम मिनिस्टर, बैटल ऑफ बिलोंगिंग। मेरे सारे एनालाइज करके जो अभी हिंदी में निकला अस्मिता का संघर्ष, ये क्या है? ये तो मोदी सरकार के भाजपा के नरेंद्र मोदी के नेतृत्व के खिलाफ ही लिखा हूं। तो मुझे ज्यादा ये नहीं कहूंगा कि उनकी चुनौती फेस करने में कोई दिक्कत है कांग्रेस नेताओं को।
सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज क्या है, मतलब सबसे बड़ी चुनौती क्या देखते हैं आप पीएम मोदी के सामने?
2 बार जीते हैं और मतलब 300 सीट है उनके पास। एक और बार जीता तो बात बहुत कठिन होगी पार्टी के लिए और देश के लिए। तो मैं देश के हित में चाहता हूं कि एक मजबूत विपक्ष ले आए, और मेरे ख्याल में सारे दूसरे विपक्ष पार्टी कांग्रेस की तरफ ही देख रहे हैं। इस चुनाव की एक चीज, आप माध्यमों की श्रद्धा, पब्लिक की श्रद्धा, और मेरे ख्याल में जैसे कि मैं समझ रहा हूं विपक्ष पार्टियों की भी श्रद्धा कांग्रेस पे है, क्योंकि वो देख रहे हैं, क्योंकि ध्यान से देख रहे हैं कि अगर ये कांग्रेस पार्टी में कुछ बदलाव आए और कांग्रेस दोबारा मजबूत हो गए तो विपक्ष का भी उम्मीद बढ़ेगा अगले चुनाव के लिए।
थरूर साहब, 18 का आपका कमेंट देख रही थी तो 18 में आपने बोला था कि अगर फिर से मोदी सरकार आ गई तो हिंदू पाकिस्तान बन जाएगा, माइनॉरिटीज अलग हो जाएंगी, लेकिन ऐसा हुआ नहीं, स्थिति ऐसी तो हुई नहीं।
देखिए
अब 2024 के लिए आपकी क्या तैयारी रहेगी?
देखिए हम आप क्या क्या सुने हैं आप मुझसे मत पूछिए, आप कोई मुसलमान नागरिक से पूछिए कि उनका अनुभव क्या है ये मोदी जी की सरकार में और क्या क्या सुन रहा है। जब लोगों के खिलाफ ऐसी बात चल रही है हमारे देश में कि उनको लग रहा है कि हम क्या सेकंड क्लास नागरिक बन गए, तो इस हाल अच्छा है क्या भारत के लिए? हम तो पाकिस्तान कभी नहीं बनना चाहते थे। जब पाकिस्तान बना गया एक मजहब के लोगों के लिए, भारत बहुत गर्व से कहा कि हम सबके देश हैं। आपके जाति जो भी हो, आपके धर्म क्या भी हो, आपकी भाषा जो भी हो, आपकी जो स्थिति, आपके राज्य जो भी है, ये सब कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता। आप भारतीय नागरिक है तो आपका हक एक ही है, सारे के जैसे समान।
तो ऐसा नहीं है।
तो इस किस्म की भारत के लिए कांग्रेस काम कर रहे हैं, और अगर हमारे रूलिंग पार्टी के लोग ऐसे बात कर रहे हैं जैसे कि इसको बदल के हम हमारे देश एक हिंदू राष्ट्र बनाना चाहेंगे, तो मेरे ख्याल में ये हमारे संविधान के विरुद्ध है, हमारे देश के हित में नहीं है। याद रखिएगा कि मोदी जी के 300 सीट भी 37% के साथ उन्होंने जीता था। तो ये नहीं है कि उनका पूरा हमारी पूरे हिंदू समाज के समर्थन है। मैं कहूंगा कि जब हिंदू समाज 80% है और आपको 37% वोट मिले हैं, उसका मतलब यह है कि हमारे देश में हर इंसान को, हर धर्म के, हर मजहब के इंसान को अपनी ही राय हो सकते हैं, अपनी ही राजनीतिक विश्वास हो सकते हैं। तो मैं कहूंगा हिंदुओं को, जैसे हम बहुत साल से दूसरों के साथ खुशी में रहे हैं, जैसे स्वामी विवेकानंद ने हमें सिखाया कि सिर्फ टॉलरेंस नहीं, एक्सेप्टेंस, कि लोगों को हम समान दे दें, हमारे सत्य वो इज्जत दे दे, हम उनके सत्य को हम भी इज्जत दे दें। इस किस्म की राजनीति में कांग्रेस पार्टी
तो प्रधानमंत्री भी कहते हैं वसुधैव कुटुंबकम, इसी की बात वो भी करते हैं।
कहने की एक बात है और लोगों का अनुभव में आपको पूछना पड़ेगा। जो जिनके घर में और दुकानों में बुलडोजर आए हैं उनसे भी पूछिए कि क्या है आपका अनुभव, क्या आपको लग रहा है कि सब एक कुटुंबकम है हमारे देश में? हम बनना चाहते हैं। जो भी मोदी जी कहते हैं मुझे अच्छा लगता है, लेकिन जो उनकी पार्टी करते हैं वो तो अलग बात है।
क्या आपको लगता है उनकी सबसे बड़ी स्ट्रेंथ है, मतलब प्रधानमंत्री की, जो आपको लगता है जिसका सामना करना पड़ेगा आपको?
देखिए, वो तो बहुत अच्छे भाषण देते हैं। मैं सिर्फ कहता हूं कि भाषण तो अच्छे हैं, लेकिन क्या चल रहा है जमीनी स्तर पे, क्या है हमारी हकीकत, ये बात है। बहुत शुक्रिया मौसमी, मुझे अगर मैं अभी नहीं निकला तो मेरा फ्लाइट
जी मैं आपसे बहुत मतलब, क्योंकि कांग्रेस का इलेक्शंस का नतीजे भी बहुत जल्द आ जाएंगे, लगातार ये कहा जा रहा था कि कहीं ना कहीं विड्रॉवल हो जाएगा, पर आप डटे हुए हैं।
बिल्कुल कोई प्रश्न नहीं, क्योंकि जिन्होंने मुझे मदद दी है, जितने भी कार्यकर्ता, अगर आप कह रहे हैं कि बहुत लोग डर में है, बहुत लोग चिंतित है कि मेरे पास आए तो उनको कठिनाई होगी, इसके बावजूद जब इतने लोग आए हैं मेरे साथ, क्या मैं उसको कभी भी धोखा दे सकता हूं? मैं अंत तक रहूंगा। ये मेरे लिए नहीं है लड़ाई, ये पार्टी के लिए है और देश के लिए आते, क्योंकि पार्टी जब मजबूत होगी भारत भी मजबूत होगी, और अभी नहीं तो कभी नहीं। इसलिए मैं चाहता हूं
राहुल गांधी भी चाहते हैं कि आप लगातार बने रहें, क्योंकि आपने बात भी की थी राहुल से।
हाँ, तीनों से बात की। उन्होंने कहा कि देखिए हम निष्पक्ष हैं, लेकिन आप आगे लड़िए हिम्मत से। और राहुल जी ने कहा कि 10 साल से मैं मांग रहा हूँ, 10 साल से मांग रहा हूँ पार्टी में चुनाव।
उनको भी लोग कह रहे हैं कि विड्रॉ करने के लिए आपको कहा गया, कुछ कह रहे थे।
लेकिन उसने कहा कि लोग मुझे कहा है, लेकिन मैं आपसे कभी नहीं कहूंगा विड्रॉ मत कीजिए, चलिए। तो मैं जा रहा हूँ आगे, और मैं लड़ने के जो कामयाबी में दिखा रहा हूँ, ये तो भाजपा के खिलाफ दिखाना चाहूंगा अगर मौका मिले तो।
जी शुक्रिया शशि साहब, आपने हमसे बड़ी बेबाकी से बात करी, और आपको आने वाले दिनों के लिए बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं।
धन्यवाद।
कांग्रेस पार्टी के अध्यक्ष पद के चुनाव के लिए लगातार शशि थरूर बनाम मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे की लड़ाई छिड़ी हुई है, और बहुत ही सक्रियता से शशि थरूर इसमें फ्रंट फुट पर बल्लेबाजी करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। बहरहाल इस इंटरव्यू में बस इतना ही। आप देखते रहिए आज तक।
Are watching India Today.
But prices aren't what I'm doing science for. I'm for better or for worse. So I have to do it. It's kind of a compulsion. But lucky is something which I've been all my life. I just don't know. I mean, because I'm not too good at communicating, and but I get excited and I run into the lab, and we have to do it tonight. We have to prove it's wrong tonight.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Fashion industry is all about new designs, styles and creations. Well, now fashion designers have a new playground for their creations, the metaverse. This digital world where, thanks to an avatar that gives us a virtual twin, we can evolve and act just as we would in the real world. We enter it through wearing a virtual reality headgear or by watching a computer or smartphone screen. The metaverse is a space for experimentation and testing out new products, allowing designers to push the boundaries of their creativity. This has economic advantages too. By testing out their collection in the metaverse, they can then analyze public reaction in it and adapt demand accordingly to avoid surplus production and unsold items in the real world. In other words, an eco-friendly approach. For other designers, their creations will stay digital. On specialized platform, brands commercialize their virtual clothes by attaching to them an NFT or a non-interchangeable unit of data stored on a blockchain that can be sold and traded using cryptocurrency. This kind of marketing saves brands from their worst nightmare: fakes flooding the marketplace. With the second-hand market booming, reselling a pair of virtual shoes associated with an NFT will give the designer royalties on each transaction. Some brands link a virtual fashion item with its counterpart in reality.
You are watching India Today.
Now, in the midst of the ongoing military deployment along the China front, the Indian Air Force's only female weapon system operator in the Indian Air Force's deadly Sukhoi 30 fighter fleet has said that pilots in the eastern sector are ready to respond to any eventuality in this particular area and prove their mettle in real operations. Here's a report.
Flying high in the air, flying free with the hawk's instinct to guard the motherland. Flying Su-30 fighter jet as weapon system operator is the first Indian women Flight Lieutenant Tejaswi of the Indian Air Force, along with other women pilots ready to respond to any eventuality. They are smart, savvy and super confident. Deployed at the China front, Indian Air Force's women superpower at the Eastern Front are a band of young women.
Being part of any actual operation is what every fighter pilot in the Indian Air Force trains for, because that's where we would get to show our mettle. Our pilots from various bases in the Eastern sector are ready to respond in case of any eventuality. We're always ready for any kind of tasks and challenges that may come upon us.
The WSOs or WISOs are specialist officers required to fly in the rear cockpit of multi-role Su-30 fighter aircraft and handle the sensors and weapons to be fired by the aircraft at enemy targets. Tejaswi is the first woman flying officer in this role for Indian Air Force.
What runs through our minds is not very different during demanding times, because such operations are an execution of what we train for and practice for.
The Indian Air Force has been flying extensively in this sector to prevent any Chinese provocation in recent years. The Su-30 MKI fighter, along with one squadron of the Rafale jets, have been the mainstay of the force in this region. The terrain in the northeast is full of challenges, of densely forested hills with unpredictable weather conditions.
We are constantly trained so as to fly in adverse weather as well as in such sort of terrain.
In the last 2 years, India has been engaged in multiple military standoffs with China along the northern borders in Ladakh, due to which forces are at a heightened alert all along the line of actual control. Women officers have added more muscle in this mission.
एयरफोर्स में महिला कर्मी जो है, अधिकारी कर्मी, उनका परफॉर्मेंस बहुत अच्छा है और हम मेन कर्मियों से सेम है, नहीं तो उनसे अच्छा भी है कई दफ़ा, तो हम बहुत खुश हैं उनसे। और हम आगे कुछ दिनों में हमारे मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ डिफेंस ने अनाउंस कर रखा है, अग्निवीर भी महिला भी आएंगे अगले साल तक।
In June 2016, flying officers Avni Chaturvedi, Bhavna Kant and Mohana Singh became the first women pilots to join Indian Air Force Fighter Squadron. Avni and Bhavna had flown solo on MiG-21 Bison in 2018, while Mohana flew Hawk Mk-132 in 2019. Indian women pilots are now flying MiG-21, Sukhoi 30 and MiG-29 fighter aircrafts other than the Rafale jets. The country's first Rafale pilot, Flight Lieutenant Shivangi Singh, was part of 2002 Republic Day Parade. At present, there are more than 1,300 female officers working on ground and air duties for the Indian Air Force.
These days, women fighter pilots not only flying helicopters but also flying the deadly aircraft like Su-30, and this is the firepower of Indian Air Force. With camera person Anil Jaiswal, this is Manjit Negi for India Today.
All right, the report brings us to the end of this edition. For all news and updates, do log on to our website. That's indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app. Thank you for watching.
You are watching India Today.
Russia is using Iranian drones to attack Ukraine. Russia hit multiple targets using these Iranian-supplied Shahed-136, or also known as kamikaze drones. Ukrainian forces confirmed that Russia has been using Shahed drones to attack their territories. In a tweet, they shared that they have destroyed 6 Shahed-136 drones. But what are the features of these kamikaze drones? At its core, Shahed-136 is a loitering munition designed to neutralize ground targets at range. It has been in service since 2021. The fuselage is centralized and blends into the wings, creating an elegant shape. The drone is 3.5 meters long with a wingspan of 2.5 meters. It flies at over 185 kilometers per hour and weighs about 200 kgs. The aircraft is launched nearly horizontally at a slight upward angle and is assisted in the initial phase of flight by rocket launch assistance. The entire unit can be mounted on the back of any military or commercial truck, enabling mobile hit-and-run operations that can thwart countermeasures. The Shahed-136 is an evolutionary addition for Iran. It can now rely on its own military industrial capabilities. As per the reports, the drone was used in 2020 during the Yemeni civil war, and recently it was used by Russia against Ukraine.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
watching India Today.
Hello there, good morning. You're watching India Today TV. I'm Sneha Mordani. Let's tell you what the top stories this Saturday morning are. Tipu war continues to simmer in Karnataka. Tipu Express renamed Vodiyar Express on the request of BJP MP Pratap Simha. He calls it a tribute to Vodiyar dynasty. Sena versus Sena legacy war intensifies. The Sena symbol fight reaches the Election Commission's doorstep. Shinde claims bow and arrow symbol. Election Commission seeks a response from Uddhav camp by 2 p.m. Shocking arrogance by TRS Neta. TRS Sarpanch kicks a specially abled man, humiliates him for demanding his wages. Eleven dead after a bus catches fire in Maharashtra's Nashik. Several injured after the bus caught fire after an accident. Indian Air Force might jazz up Chandigarh skies on the 90th Indian Air Force anniversary. From flypast to parade, Indian Air Force's grand show is on display.
Modern armed forces have to be sufficiently self-reliant to ensure minimum disruptions. Towards this, Atmanirbharta and Make in India is a step in the right direction.
Indian cricketer Mohammad Shami is being trolled for wishing fans happy Dussehra. Shami had tweeted Dussehra wishes on Wednesday, along with the caption, "I pray that Lord Ram fills your life with lots of happiness, prosperity and success." However, trolls slammed Shami for celebrating a Hindu festival and accused him of going against his religion for his career. Radical netizens schooled Shami about Islam and indicated that it was a sin for Muslims to share wishes on Dussehra. However, politicians across party lines have come to the defense of Shami, slamming these trolls for trying to create divisions in the national cricket team based on religion.
भारतीय टीम के सभी खिलाड़ी जहां एक और इकट्ठे मिलकर भारत को मैच जिताते हैं, बड़ा मैच भी खेलते हैं, पूरा देश उसको मना रहा होता है। मोहम्मद शमी ने भी ट्वीट किया, इसमें क्या है, पूरी दुनिया इसको उत्साह मनाती है, देश और दुनिया भर में मनाया जाता है। और अगर इसका कोई विरोध करता है तो ये वो लोग हैं जो समाज को बांटने का प्रयास करते हैं। लेकिन हमें एकता एकजुटता के साथ ही अपने भारत को और मजबूत और आगे ले जाने का काम भी करना है।
हालत तो यह है कि मैं अगर ईद की शुभकामना दे दूं और होली में मुबारकबाद लिख दूं तो लोग कहेंगे अरे उर्दू आ गया, हे हिंदी आ गया। क्या बना दिया? भाषाओं को लड़ा रहे हैं, कौमों को लड़ा रहे हैं, इतिहास को लड़ा रहे हैं, इतिहास के हीरोज को एक दूसरे के खिलाफ लड़ा रहे हैं। हासिल क्या होगा? शून्य बटा सन्नाटा। देश का नुकसान होगा। अब तो आज सत्ता में कल नहीं होंगे, लेकिन देश का जो नुकसान होगा ना, उसकी भरपाई नहीं हो पाएगी।
अब ये जो छोटी मानसिकताएं हैं ना, इनसे सारों को बाहर निकलना पड़ेगा अगर देश को आगे लेके जाना है। क्या फर्क पड़ता है इसमें? ईद होती है, सभी धर्मों के लोग वहाँ जाते हैं, दूसरे त्यौहार होते हैं, सभी जाके उनके शामिल होते हैं। तो आप इन चीज़ों से अगर इन्हीं में फंसे रहोगे तो कहीं नहीं पहुँच पाओगे, इनसे बाहर निकलना पड़ेगा।
Well, there are several netas who've come out in support of Mohammad Shami, who was trolled for wishing everyone on Dussehra. Many of them came out and said that it is against the religion, against Islam, to wish in fact, people during Hindu festivals, and that this essentially is against Islam and that Mohammad Shami is a fake Muslim, is what they said. Nitin Srivastava is getting asked more details on that story. By and large, you know, the problem here is a manner in which somebody is being trolled for wishing people on a festival. It might not be his, but it's just a wish that has gone out. And the divide that is now being created in the Indian cricket team on the basis of religion, isn't it?
Well, trolls target Mohammad Shami, questioning about him
questioning him about the social media post and on Dashera. And Shami's religion was brought into the picture with quite a few even asking why he had posted greetings on the Hindu festival. So this is not the first time when Muhammad Shami is being targeted. If you remember, trolls were on social media targeted Mohammad Shami several times. You remember the Pakistan T20 World Cup match last year. So, but in this case, Anurag Thakur, the sports minister, he intervened and he also mentioned that why he is being questioned. And there are several cricketers, there's everybody who is celebrating Dashera. Then why Mohammad Shami is being targeted? See, this is the one thing which actually needs to be taken care of. Everybody has the right to celebrate the festival. So this is what Anurag Thakur has said. And Mohammad Shami, who is actually is at right now is at NCA, is in under rehab, and he is a part of the Indian cricket team in reserve list. He is for the World Cup and is getting ready. And sources are telling that soon he'll fly to Australia for the World Cup.
Any word, Nitin, from Shami himself or anybody close to Shami on how he has handled this trolling?
See, it's cricketers are like mentally very tough. They know these things will come and go, so they don't even care what people are saying. They are focused on their cricket career, and that is what they are meant to.
Nitin Srivastava getting asked the details as far as the controversy around Mohammad Shami's post is concerned. All he did was wish fans on the occasion of Dashera and has been trolled mercilessly after that. News coming in, top body of Hindu seers, Akhil Bharatiya Sant Samiti, has demanded the setting up of a Sanatan censor board, claiming that Hindu deities and religious leaders are not being projected appropriately in Hindi movies. The demands are made in a meeting organized by the seers body here, which was attended by various organizations, including the Vishwa Hindu Parishad and the Akhada Parishad. They demanded setting up of the Sanatan censor board, as Hindu deities, gods and religious leaders are repeatedly not being projected appropriately and shown in bad light in Bollywood movies, is what is being said. Big controversy over several movies. Zingari Purish, for example, which has been in news for the wrong reasons, have portrayed religious figures, Hindu religious deities, in a manner which is not acceptable to many sections of the Hindu community. It has happened in the past as well, and this has got to do with several movies that have projected Hindu deities. Well, religious leaders are in fact of the opinion that there should be a Hindu censor board now. This is a demand by a body of seers. Top body of Hindu seers in Akhil Bharatiya Sant Samiti are demanding the setting up of a Sanatan censor board, which is a Hindu censor board. Amit Bhardwaj is getting us more details on that story. Various controversies in the last few weeks and months, Amit, has got to do with wrong or different sort of a portrayal of deities, which has actually upset the many members of the Hindu community, if not all. And that's the reason why such a demand has been made. But how feasible is this demand really?
Well, Sneha, on one side of the story, you see, several movies triggering a lot of controversies and demands coming up from different sections of the Hindu society itself. Sometimes it's the fringe group, the other time it is the saint groups, seer groups who demand that certain scenes from the movie should be chopped off or the movie should be banned altogether. The latest controversy being connected with Adi Purush, a mega budget movie that of Prowess. But as far as, how feasible is that idea of having Sanatan censor board is concerned, that is something where the tricky question begins, Neha. Because, today if you agree to for formation of a Sanatan censor board, tomorrow people from another religion will come up. They'll say that we are offended from certain scenes of a certain movie, and hence we demand that there should be another censor board for our religion as well. So in that case, there will be a total mess that will be created definitely for the entertainment industry, for the movie industry altogether, because then you have Sanatan censor board. Tomorrow there could be demand of having a Sikh censor board or a Muslim censor board as well. And in that case, there will be questions as to what extent rights should be given to these censor boards, and what will the current censor board will do in that scenario. So definitely that is why the government will not be very favorable to such demands. That for sure. I just spoke to Manoj Tiwari, who is a two-time MP from Delhi, has been active in the BJP model of politics. He told India Today that, while the Modi government, the BJP in principle agrees that no movie should be allowed, or filmmaker should be allowed to offend the religious sentiment of any religious group. On the other side, they also say that BJP in principle would ensure that the within the framework of the law, within the framework of the constitution, everybody gets justice, and religious beliefs of people are not hurt because of certain movies. But he, while speaking, so he also said that there are two sections of people. Number one, there are controversies because of movies which are unintentional, and on the other side, there are also political, motivations to do so. So the idea is to look into why such things are happening. But as far as making sure that religious sentiments are not hurt, that would be done within the framework of the constitution, which means the BJP, at least as of now, is of the opinion that all these problems should be tackled under the present framework of things, which is the present censor board. On the other side, you have Hindu seers demanding that Sanatan censor board should be brought in, because continuously, movie after movie, month after month, we are having situations where a lot of controversies are propping up. Hindu Mahasabha chief Swami Chakrapani also spoke to India Today, and he's saying that for the longest time, he has been demanding a separate censor board, or at least intervention of the Hindu seers when it comes to movies, and specifically the charges are against the Bollywood movies, because he believes that it is the Bollywood where such notoriety has been happening.
Yes, Bollywood has been in news for these things very recently. Amit, I'm thanking you for the moment. We'll keep coming back to you for more on that. More news coming in. Let's go straight to that. Well, after Delhi Mantri's so-called anti-Hindu oath, the BJP is breathing fire on AAP in Gujarat. Arvind Kejriwal with skull cap on hoardings. Politics in Gujarat has heated up after the video of the statement given by Delhi's Aam Aadmi Party government. Minister Rajendra Pal Gautam in the conversion case went viral. The BJP government in Gujarat now is constantly surrounding the AAP and Arvind Kejriwal on the pretext of this video. Arvind Kejriwal has been targeted by putting up a banner near Chowpatty in Majura Assembly constituency of Surat. BJP is in fact taking on Arvind Kejriwal after that video went viral, in which the minister in question, Rajendra Pal Gautam, said that Hindu deities must not be worshipped, that we will not pray to any Hindu god. He in fact later went on to clarify, saying that Ambedkar believed the same and said the same. Saurav Akhtania is with us. For more on that, the poster war is on, and I believe it will only intensify given that the state is headed to elections. Saurav?
Well, absolutely. Let me tell you that time and again there are lots of heated arguments and poster wars between Aam Aadmi Party and BJP in the poll-bound state of Gujarat. And let me tell you that just 2 days back, it was Aam Aadmi Party's Minister Rajendra Pal Gautam who had attended a mass conversion event in Delhi. And in this particular event, he was seen that he will not be worshipping Hindu gods. So what the BJP has done is that they have taken out the video from this particular event. The video is going viral on social media in Gujarat. And now these are the posters which have been put up by BJP. And let me tell you that these posters are been put up at several places in Gujarat. Not just Gandhinagar, but Surat, Rajkot, Vadodara, most of the cities and also the rural areas. BJP has put up this posters, and this poster clearly says by the BJP that there is the photo of Arvind Kejriwal wearing a topi and other things, and saying that I am not follower of Hindu. I don't believe in Hinduism. And it is this way that how BJP is targeting Aam Aadmi Party. The political situation has completely become communal in Gujarat, and this is how the BJP is targeting now. It will be very interesting to see that how Aam Aadmi Party reacts to this whole poster war, and we are waiting for Aam Aadmi Party to react on this whole matter.
Yes, and this has given enough ammunition to the BJP to say, see, this is the Aam Aadmi Party that is only trying to get votes on the plank of appeasement, isn't it?
Well, absolutely. What BJP is trying to portray here is that Aam Aadmi Party is anti-Hindu party. Remember that time and again there is a lot of communal war which is going on ahead of Gujarat Assembly election that we have seen in Navratri as well. Through this particular video, what the BJP is trying to say is that Aam Aadmi Party is anti-Hindu. What the lines they are saying is that I don't believe in Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh. I don't believe in Ram, Krishna, Ishwar. And these posters have been put up all over the important places of Gujarat in the middle of the road, so that this poster can reach to masses. These posters and videos are going through viral on social media as well. So what BJP is trying to portray right now is that Arvind Kejriwal and his party, Aam Aadmi Party, is anti-Hindu. So clearly trying to attract the Hindu voters, the BJP strategy, and through this video going viral, that will be very important to see what the strategy of Aam Aadmi Party. They also come out through such poster walls. They also put out some videos of BJP as well. So we are waiting for it. We are waiting for Aam Aadmi Party to clearly react on this whole matter.
All right, I'm thanking you for the moment. Saurav Akhtani getting us the very latest on that war of words between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party. Well, the Aam Aadmi Party has been attempting to position itself as a party worth of being a Modi challenger on the national scale. But one after another, the skeletons from AAP's closet keeps stumbling, denting Arvind Kejriwal and company's national aspirations. Now, an AAP minister and a close aide of Delhi Chief Minister could be heard chanting anti-Hindu slogans, leading the BJP to accuse AAP of fostering anti-Hindu sentiments. The showdown has begun. Here's more.
बीजेपी को हराने नहीं आया, मैं कांग्रेस को हराने नहीं आया, गुजरात को जिताने के लिए आए हैं.
Just when the stakes are high in Gujarat,
ये धर्म युद्ध है, ये महाभारत की तरह है, हमारे साथ श्री कृष्ण है.
Just when the Aam Aadmi Party is trying to position itself as the main challenger to the BJP ahead of state elections this year. Just when religion has entrenched itself as the central subject of political discourse, from holy sites to cinema.
मैं ब्रह्मा विष्णु और महेश को कभी ईश्वर नहीं मानूंगा.
A video from a large Buddhist initiation ceremony in New Delhi has come to sting the Aam Aadmi Party and pushed it onto the defensive.
मैं गौरी गणपति आदि हिंदू धर्म के किसी भी देवी देवताओं को नहीं मानूंगा और ना ही उनकी पूजा करूंगा.
Those being initiated into Buddhism at the October 5th event, swearing an oath not to worship Hindu deities, the Hindu Trinity, in their life ahead. This with Delhi Minister Rajendra Pal Gautam in attendance. A close lieutenant of Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, Rajendra Pal Gautam advertised the Buddhist initiation ceremony on Wednesday as a Ghar Vapsi program, where he insisted as many as 10,000 people vowed to turn India into a casteless society. Enough ammunition for the BJP to mount an attack on Kejriwal and his Aam Aadmi Party. Leader after leader pounced on the AAP, accusing it of fostering anti-Hindu sentiment and promoting conversion. The BJP in Delhi has also filed a police complaint.
The true anti-Hindu face of the Aam Aadmi Party has been exposed after their hijab has fallen until action is taken on this minister, Mr. Arvind Kejriwal can't distance himself.
एक तरफ तो राजेंद्र पाल गौतम हिंदू देवी देवताओं को गाली दे रहे हैं और दूसरी तरफ अरविंद केजरीवाल गुजरात में जय श्री कृष्णा बोलने का ढोंग कर रहे हैं।
उन्होंने हिंदुओं के देवी देवताओं का तो अपमान किया ही है, बल्कि समाज के अंदर भी नफरत फैलाने का काम किया है, जिसके खिलाफ हमने कंप्लेंट दर्ज कराई है। और अरविंद केजरीवाल जो अपने आप को कहते हैं हम सभी धर्मों का आदर करते हैं और ये बात सही है, ढकोसला नहीं है, तो आप उनको तुरंत बर्खास्त करें।
At the center of this controversy, Minister Rajendra Pal Gautam downplayed the oath in question as a routine activity in any Buddhist initiation event. He accused the BJP of attempting to politicize the pledge for vested interests.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी की आदत रही है वो झूठ बोलना और हर धार्मिक मुद्दे को भी राजनीति में घसीटना। क्योंकि कोई राजनीतिक प्रोग्राम नहीं था, भारतीय बौद्ध महासभा जो डॉक्टर बाबा साहेब अम्बेडकर जी ने बनाई, हर साल दीक्षा का आयोजन होता है। वो जो भी आरोप लगा रहे एकदम झूठे हैं, एकदम झूठे।
But the timing of the Buddhist oath with an Aam Aadmi Party minister in attendance is not favorable for the Aam Aadmi Party that seeks to barge in to the BJP's fort of Gujarat.
Party insiders have also confirmed that the Chief Minister is not happy with Rajendra Pal Gautam, who is in charge of the SC/ST portfolio in the Delhi government since 2015. But for now, Aam Aadmi Party has adopted wait and watch policy. And as far as the fate of Rajendra Pal Gautam is concerned, it depends on how the political controversy snowballs and pans out in the days to come. With video journalist Abhishek Bai, this is Amit Bhardwaj reporting for India Today from Delhi.
Well, ICG ship in a joint operation with the Gujarat ATS has apprehended a Pakistani boat with 6 members of the crew and 50 kilograms of drugs worth 350 crore in market value. The boat is now being brought to Jakhau for further investigation is what we are learning. This has happened in Gujarat, where the ICG ship in joint operation with the ATS in the state of Gujarat has apprehended a Pakistani boat, Al Sakat, with 6 members of crew and 50 kilograms of drugs worth 350 crores in terms of the market value. Milan Sharma has more details on that story. Milan, what more can you tell us at this point in time?
Well, Sneha, it's a very crucial operation that has been undertaken by the Indian Coast Guard as well as the ATS. The information that we have is that all this narcotics believed to be heroin was concealed in gunny bags, and at least 50 kg worth of narcotics was found there. And certainly the market value of these seized drugs is about 350 crores. Not to say that this is not just the first time, but this is the 6th such joint operation that has been done by the Indian Coast Guard as well as the ATS in Gujarat, and in last 1 year, 2nd such operation in less than a month, where more than 40 kgs of drugs was seized from another Pakistani boat on the 14th of September this year. So such operations, they are saying, have been result of the effective coordination of all security agencies, but certainly this is pretty concerning because this ship, when it was intercepted by the Indian Coast Guard, was found to be doing a reverse maneuver. This is when the Indian Coast Guard, along with the tip-off from the ATS, happened to apprehend, that the ship is here, and then they caught these people. So currently other investigations are on, Sneha.
All right, Milan, getting us all of those details. I'm thanking Milan for the moment. We'll keep coming back to you for more on that story. It's time for a quick commercial break here. News continues on the other side.
You are watching India Today.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events. The true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter.
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter. I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth. The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again. I hustle for the truth, on the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the Point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today.
Battery swapping was a real game changer and is a real game changer as we go into other markets, large-scale markets.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
You are watching India Today.
Welcome back. Now, people from around the world are extending their support to Iranian women. Actor Priyanka Chopra also showed solidarity with protesting women and hailed young women protesting against their government, after which troll army started attacking her on the grounds that the actor remains quiet on issues concerning India and only raises a voice on global matters. Meanwhile, Belgian Foreign Minister and other lawmakers have also extended their support to women protesting in Iran. The Foreign Minister and two other lawmakers cut their hair in Parliament in solidarity with anti-government demonstrations in Iran triggered by the death in police custody of 22-year-old Mahsa Amini. Hajt al-Habib snipped off a lock of her hair following the example of Deputy Daria Safai. Earlier, a Swedish member of the European Parliament also cut her hair during a speech in the EU Assembly to show solidarity with Iranian women. More than 50 high-profile French women also have filmed themselves cutting off their hair.
Azadi, women, life, freedom.
All right, here are top stories from around the world in our international wrap. Take a look. President Volodymyr Zelensky said in a video that Ukrainian forces have liberated a total of 2,434 square kilometers and 96 settlements in the east of the country in their latest offensive. Fountains across Tehran turned red overnight after an unknown artist dyed them the color of blood to reflect the government's crackdown on protests that have swept Iran since the death of Mahsa Amini in custody. Thailand's king has visited a hospital treating those wounded in a gun and knife rampage by a sacked policeman that left 36 people dead, ending a day of grief and mourning by relatives. New York City Mayor Eric Adams declared a state of emergency in response to thousands of migrants bust to the city in recent months from the US southern border in a political dispute over border security. To mark Russian President Vladimir Putin's 70th birthday, one of his most loyal allies has sent Chechen soldiers to support Moscow's military campaign in Ukraine, notably in the self-styled separatist Donetsk People's Republic in the east. Story and much more going up on our website, that's indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app. Thanks for watching.
You are watching India Today.
La sobriété et la solidarité européenne nous permettront d'éviter des coupures et des rationnements dans les cas de figure les plus pessimistes, comme un hiver particulièrement froid cumulé à des difficultés d'approvisionnement. Ces scénarios nous incitent à poursuivre notre stratégie, une sobriété choisie plutôt que des coupures subies, une solidarité européenne pour mieux résister à l'hiver.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Oh, sorry.
Hello and welcome to World Today. I'm Geeta Mohan. Winter is coming. In fact, in many parts of the world it has arrived. But there is no let-up to increasing gas and crude prices. To top it, the latest decision of OPEC has put the West, particularly the United States of America, in a tizzy. Put this in perspective. There is the Khashoggi case in the United States of America, which is not going Saudi Arabia's way. And despite heavy engagement and assurances, it seems like Biden's fist bump diplomacy with the Saudis has come to a knot. It seems like the Arab world has done to the US what US did to Ukraine, made promises but hardly kept their word.
The biggest cut in oil production since 2020, the Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries and its allies, a group known as OPEC Plus, will limit its collective oil output by 2 million barrels a day. This has created shockwaves across the world. The decision will lead to a sharp rise in global oil prices and take it beyond the $90 benchmark. This is a huge blow for the US, which has not only been trying to prevent the cut in oil output, but has been attempting to increase the supply of oil, calling on some of its closest Arab allies, starting with Saudi Arabia, where Biden visited in July, and met with the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, much to the chagrin of human rights activists, organizations, and even some of his own advisors. But it is the Khashoggi trial in the US that could be one of the reasons for Saudi Arabia to pull the plug.
Mistakes happen all over the world, and the important thing is to deal with them effectively and decisively. The idea that one can impose values on other countries, His Royal Highness made clear, does not work. It has not worked when the US tried to impose values on Afghanistan and Iraq.
Also, the Saudis and all of OPEC worried that the specter of global recession was driving prices down from $120 a barrel over the summer to below $80. Below that level, they fear budgets have to be cut and social stability will be threatened.
If you permit me, Royal Highness, we are not endangering the energy markets. We are providing security, stability to the energy markets.
At a price.
Everything has a price. Energy security has a price as well.
The most pivotal and more important thing for all of us in this table and others who have a huge amount of hydrocarbon resources is to make sure that we have a stable, sustainable, stable market that will not inhibit investment, that will not inhibit growth of demand, and we have to act in a way, in a responsible way, to assure people that we are still remaining a responsible producers, that the world can rely on us.
A miffed America has called this move short-sighted, one which will come as a huge shot in the arm for Russia in its war in Ukraine.
OPEC, we've made clear our views to OPEC members. We have a multiplicity of interests with regard to Saudi Arabia, and I think the President laid those out during his trip, and they include everything from regional relationships, including improving relations between Arab countries and Israel, Yemen, where we're working very closely with Saudi Arabia to try to continue the truce, and a number of other issues, and those were all reflected in the visit. But we are working every single day to make sure, to the best of our ability, that, again, energy supply from wherever is actually meeting demand in order to ensure that energy is on the market and that prices are kept low.
Ahead of midterm elections in the US, the decision by OPEC and its allied oil producers have underscored the challenges that Biden administration faces in managing its domestic, foreign and economic policy at a time when the global economy is at risk of recession. Interestingly, the meeting in Vienna was attended by Russia's Deputy Prime Minister, who is under US sanctions. It came after a concerted but ultimately unsuccessful diplomatic effort by Washington to halt the oil production cut, a signal that Biden's influence over his Gulf allies was far less than he had hoped.
OPEC and OPEC Plus formats are institutes that have repeatedly confirmed their credentials as very responsible organizations which support market stability on the global energy markets. So the decisions they have made are aimed at stabilizing the oil market. We are talking not about solidarity with a particular country, our country or any other. Stable markets are in everybody's interests.
Здесь речь идет не о солидарности с какой-то отдельной страной, не с нашей, ни с какой.
The production cut will reduce global daily production by about only 2%. Its effect on prices may be greater, upward of 15 to 30 cents a gallon at the pump, experts estimated. The big test for the US will be living up to the expectations of its allies who were assured supply if they reduce dependency on Russian oil and gas. With this move, it seems like the winters and the November midterms are going to be cold and harsh.
Staying with the Russia-Ukraine war, it's Elon Musk who now waded in. Musk tweeted Russia-Ukraine peace plan and also got schooled on Twitter. After Musk said Ukraine must cede Crimea for good, Zelensky holds Twitter poll against Musk. Here's a report.
Elon Musk, the richest man on the planet and the eccentric owner of Tesla and SpaceX, has made a controversial proposition to solve the biggest geopolitical crisis of the 21st century. Taking to microblogging site Twitter, Elon Musk offered a simple peace plan to solve Russia-Ukraine conflict. The outspoken billionaire called for a UN-supervised re-election in 4 Ukrainian regions recently annexed by Russia. Musk also proposed that Ukraine cede Crimea for good and assure water supply to the region annexed by Russia in 2014. Musk put out the peace plan in the form of a poll and asked Twitter users to weigh on it. The controversial plan sparked a flurry of outrage from netizens who saw the proposal as a betrayal by Musk. Musk has previously supported Ukraine, deploying his Starlink satellite internet service to help the Ukrainian efforts. The poll also invited sharp reaction from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. Zelensky responded with a poll of his own, asking Twitter, which Musk do you like more, the one who supports Ukraine or the one who supports Russia? Several NATO leaders criticized Musk's solution to end the Ukraine conflict, including the Lithuanian President Gitanas Nausėda. Musk has defended his stance, claiming it will be the eventual outcome, but with higher casualty and a looming threat of a nuclear war. Twitter is divided over Musk, wondering whether Musk is serious about a peaceful resolution or is it all just a game for the billionaire. Bureau Report, India Today.
Shifting focus to the other big story, the Korean Peninsula has witnessed a sharp increase in tensions after North Korea tested a ballistic missile on 4th of October. The test marked the first time that a missile launched by the DPRK flew over Japan since 15 September 2017, leading to heightened tensions and worries of safety of nationals in Japan as also in the United States of America. Why is Kim Jong-un indulging in provocations? We explain.
North Korea test-fired a ballistic missile on October 4th that flew over Japan. A massive provocation. The USS Ronald Reagan and its striking group of accompanying warships was abruptly redeployed in response to North Korea's IRBM launch over Japan. An urgent meeting of the Security Council was convened to discuss the situation in the Korean Peninsula.
The DPRK has enjoyed blanket protection from 2 members of this council. These 2 members have gone out of their way to justify the DPRK's repeated provocations and block every attempt to update the sanctions regime. In short, 2 permanent members of the Security Council have enabled Kim Jong-un.
North Korea, however, says it was in response to South Korea and US warplanes conducting bombing drills the same day. The North condemned the United States for talking to the United Nations Security Council about Pyongyang's so-called countermeasures. They said, "We are watching the United States posing a serious threat to the stability of the situation on the Korean Peninsula and in its vicinity by redeploying the aircraft carrier in the waters of Korean Peninsula." The situation has worried nations for which DPRK poses grave threat and danger. Sirens have sounded out in central Tokyo for the first time in 5 years. South Korea's military mobilized 4 F-15K fighter jets and dropped a pair of guided bombs on a target off its west coast, in what was described as a demonstration of precision strike capability. The US sent 4 F-16 fighter jets in the drills.
But I also want to make very clear that our commitment to the defense of our allies and partners, Korea and Japan, is ironclad. We believe that North Korea would be much better served by not only refraining from these actions, but actually engaging in dialogue. I think what we're seeing is that if they continue down this road, it will only increase the condemnation, increase the isolation.
The DPRK has carried out 23 tests involving ballistic or cruise missiles this year, a record number. Following a nearly 4-month hiatus, the DPRK resumed conducting ballistic missile tests on 25th September. This was ahead of US Vice President Kamala Harris's scheduled visit to South Korea.
The DPRK has a ballistic missile launch program, apparently, including just yesterday, and are destabilizing the peace and security of this region. Our shared goal, the United States and the Republic of Korea, is a complete denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula.
North Korea, a satellite state of China, takes orders from Beijing whether it is to warn US of its growing presence in the Korean Peninsula or the recent increase in its footprint in the Taiwan Strait. The message, very clear from Xi Jinping: steer clear of the dragon's backyard.
Slipping into short break, on the other side, more news from across the world. Welcome back to World Today. Now, a murder of a Sikh family in California has sent shockwaves across the world. All 4 members of the Sikh family kidnapped in California earlier this week, including an 8-month-old baby girl, were found dead in an orchard on Wednesday. The Merced County Sheriff's Office has released shocking CCTV footage showing how the 4 members were kidnapped at gunpoint from a trucking company in Central California on Monday. The suspect in the video is seen strolling near the Sikh family's business and later talking to one of the family members. The video also shows the kidnapper leading mother and her 8-month-old baby untied out of the building into a truck. The Chief Minister of Punjab has sought intervention of the Ministry of External Affairs for probe into the gruesome murder of this family.
We have no motivation behind it. We just know that they are gone. We've got evidence to indicate that the individuals involved in this destroyed evidence in an attempt to cover their tracks.
Moving forward, we have a shocker after shocker from the United States of America. A 20-year-old Indian origin student was killed in his dorm by his Korean roommate at the Purdue University in Indiana. Varun Manish Chera died of multiple forced traumatic injuries after his Korean roommate brutally stabbed him. His roommate, Ji Min Shah, who is in police custody, called 911 around 12:45 a.m. himself to alert the police about Chera's death. Authorities said the incident happened in a room on the first floor, but several heard his screams on Wednesday. Police have also asserted that the reason behind the killing is not known yet. Varun's friends and Indian community in Indiana held candlelight vigil seeking justice for the 20-year-old. And here are some other stories in World at a Glance.
The Norwegian Nobel Committee has decided to award the Nobel Peace Prize for 2022.
This year, the Nobel Peace Prize has been jointly awarded to Belarusian activist Ales Bialyatsky and Ukraine's Center for Civil Liberties and Russian Human Rights Organization Memorial. The prize will be awarded on December 10th on the death anniversary of Alfred Nobel. A day after a deadly attack on a daycare center in Thailand, Prime Minister Prayut Chan-o-cha visited the attack site. He paid respect to dozens of children and others who were killed. The attacker, a former police officer, killed at least 38 people, including 24 children, in a mass shooting. But Reuters could not immediately verify the report. A New York Times report claims United States intelligence agencies believe parts of the Ukrainian government had approved a car bomb attack near Moscow in August that killed Daria Dugina, the daughter of prominent Russian nationalist. But nobody else has verified the report. Leaders from 44 countries gathered the launch of European Political Community to boost security and economic prosperity across the continent. But Russia was not invited. It is the brainchild of French President Emmanuel Macron and is backed by German Chancellor Olaf Scholz.
These past few weeks have lent a new voice to rights of women. Mahsa Amini's death has started a revolution. But it's not just the women in Iran. There are women in the Arab world, in Africa, Afghanistan, Pakistan, the Indian subcontinent who have realized that it is now or never. Women suffer even in the developed world, in East and the Far East. To all those women, I say, stand up now. It is now or never. And I, today, stand up in solidarity with all these women and the fight for freedom. To women, life, freedom. Goodbye and take care.
We, the peoples and the citizens of the EU, demand the unconditional and immediate stop of all the violence against the women and men in Iran. Until Iran is free, our fury will be bigger than the oppressors. Until the women of Iran are free, we are going to stand with you. Jian, Azadi, women, life, freedom.
برای روزهای عصاب و بیخوابی برای مرد
میهن آبادی برای دختری که آرزو داشت پسر بود برای زن زندگی آزادی برای آزادی برای آزادی
Watching India Today.
Hi there, good afternoon. You're watching India Today TV. I'm Sneha Mordani. Let's get to the top stories this Saturday afternoon. AAP versus BJP over Delhi ministers allege anti-Hindu vote. BJP Gujarat hits out at Arvind Kejriwal, puts up hoardings of Kejriwal with a skull cap. Top enthusiast body calls for a Sanatan censor board. Claims Bollywood is portraying Hindu gods and goddesses in a wrong way. Tipu War continues to simmer in Karnataka, where Tipu Express has been renamed Bodiyar Express on the request of BJP MP Pratap Simha, who calls it a tribute to the Bodiyar dynasty. Sena versus Sena legacy war intensifies as Sena symbol fight reaches the Election Commission's doorstep. As Shinde claims bow and arrow symbol, Election Commission seeks response from Uddhav camp by 2 p.m. Indian Air Force jazzing up the Chandigarh skies on the 90th Indian Air Force Anniversary, the Foundation Day. From flypast to parades, Indian Air Force's grand show is on display.
Modern armed forces have to be sufficiently self-reliant to ensure minimum disruptions. Towards this, Atmanirbharta and Make in India is a step in the right direction.
We have some news just coming in. BJP leader Kapil Mishra's shocking claim. The BJP leader claims Gautam spoke to Arvind Kejriwal before oath. The so-called anti-Hindu oath has triggered a massive controversy, with the BJP attacking AAP over the mantris. What they say is an anti-Hindu oath. Kapil Mishra, they're going on to say that the mantri in question consulted Delhi Chief Minister and Arvind Kejriwal, who is the national convener of the Aam Aadmi Party, before the controversial oath was taken. Now the minister in question and many others have tried to explain that this is a Buddhist oath. Essentially, this is something that was done even by B.R. Ambedkar. So was Ambedkar wrong? Is the question that many within the AAP are asking. Kapil Mishra says the mantri was in consultation with Arvind Kejriwal before taking this oath. Amit Bhardwaj is getting us more details. Essentially, Amit, Kapil Mishra is trying to say that Arvind Kejriwal had actually given his go-ahead to this oath being taken by the minister and several others in the function.
Well, Sneha, that is a political comment, a political allegation coming from Kapil Mishra, who is, so that needs to be checked whether the BJP is also co-owning the allegations that is made by Kapil Mishra in this case or not. But as far as the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned, Delhi Minister Rajendra Pal Gautam had extended an apology last night, saying that he did not intend to hurt a religious sentiment of any religious group, that he does not disrespect any god, and rather he believes in all gods and gives offers equal prayers to all gods. So that was his comment. That was an apology that was extended last evening. However, what remains a fact is that if this controversy keeps on snowballing from here, his fate is definitely going to be in danger. As far as Aam Aadmi Party is concerned, it has maintained a stoic silence in the entire matter. What we have seen is no spokesperson from the Aam Aadmi Party has come, on front to defend Rajendra Pal Gautam or to even clarify what is the party's stance in the entire matter. But for sure, we were told by our sources last noon that Delhi Chief Minister and AAP convener Arvind Kejriwal was disappointed with the turn of events at the October 5th Buddhist ceremony, as well as he was unhappy with his minister who has been in the Delhi cabinet since 2015. So clearly, Aam Aadmi Party on one hand is maintaining complete silence on this particular issue. On the other side, you have Delhi Chief Minister being unhappy with his cabinet colleague. But the repercussions of this entire controversy, Sneha, is actually snowballing in Gujarat as well, where Aam Aadmi Party is eyeing to make a breakthrough in this particular election. What we are seeing is that posters of Arvind Kejriwal in attire of a Muslim individual has come up in several parts of Gujarat, and it has the quotes from the oath that was taken during the October 5th event in which Delhi Minister Rajendra Pal Gautam was present. He was right there on the stage. So clearly, as far as political damage is concerned, Aam Aadmi Party is actually facing an imminent damage in Gujarat, where the BJP will try to make this a big issue. In fact, I also spoke to Manoj Tiwari on this particular issue, BJP MP, who had yesterday held a press conference demanding a sacking of Rajendra Pal Gautam, and he says that if Arvind Kejriwal does not sack Rajendra Pal Gautam, they would consider that Mr. Kejriwal was in conspiracy with Mr. Rajendra Pal Gautam to administer this particular oath. Back to you,
Right, Amit, I'm thanking you for the moment. And you mentioned Manoj Tiwari. We're going to play out that soundbite of Manoj Tiwari on this entire controversy.
कौन शक्तियां हैं जो इसमें नफरत फैलाने की कोशिश की, वो आम आदमी पार्टी ने काम किया है। तो इसमें माफी से क्या, वो जिस प्रकार से सार्वजनिक शपथ लिया गया है उसको आप हटा देंगे? मुझे लगता है कि जब आदमी कोई ऐसा अपराध करता है जिसके लिए सजा है, तो माफी से काम नहीं चलता। और ये क्षम्य एक अपराध नहीं है। अरविंद केजरीवाल के डिसीजन का हम इंतजार कर रहे हैं कि वो, आज भी हम उनको देख रहे हैं वो क्या करते हैं। अगर अरविंद केजरीवाल ने आज उस मिनिस्टर को सस्पेंड नहीं किया, तो हम ये मान लेंगे कि ये अरविंद केजरीवाल का साजिश है।
Amit Malviya is now joining us. Amit Malviya, the BJP is with us. Amit Malviya, this is being said by Kapil Mishra, essentially that Arvind Kejriwal was in approval of what was being done by the minister here, the Rajendra Pal Gautam in question.
Look, there is no way that a sitting minister who's under oath of protecting the Constitution would go out and do something which promotes enmity between communities. Naturally, it would have had Arvind Kejriwal's explicit endorsement, and Arvind Kejriwal's studied silence on this raises further questions that what is this Breaking India project that Arvind Kejriwal is spearheading, and Rajendra just happens to be the front of it. We've now seen a very strong reaction come in from Gujarat, where his posters with the offensive anti-Hindu slogans have come up across the state, and naturally people are asking Arvind Kejriwal questions on the politics of his party and ministers in his government.
The party has been unable to defend the minister in question here, Mr. Malviya. What is your demand? Should the minister be sacked? What is the BJP wanting the AAP and the national convener of the AAP here in the Delhi Chief Minister to do?
We have been very, very clear that Rajendra Pal must be sacked and Arvind Kejriwal must apologize for the offensive anti-Hindu slogans being raised by the minister in a public gathering.
You know, my last question to you is that the minister in question has said that what is wrong in this? I have not heard anybody's sentiments, and if I have, I'm sorry. But this was a Buddhist oath-taking ceremony. This is what Ambedkar had also said. And is the BJP then opposing Ambedkar is the question the AAP minister is asking.
Well, the minister in question can do whatever he feels like, but he can't be under the oath and promote enmity between people. It is one thing to accept Buddhism, one thing to accept another faith, but quite another to denigrate the majority Hindu faith. And that is what the minister is guilty of. He should not draw equivalence with Baba Sahib Ambedkar because he's nowhere close to him. Baba Sahib Ambedkar in his entire lifetime never sounded as offensive as Arvind Kejriwal's minister did. The truth is that the minister was offensive. He raised anti-Hindu slogans, and that is what the problem is. It promoted enmity between communities. It is fine, and I repeat again, to embrace another faith or a belief system, but you cannot run down another community or people from the majority Hindu community, which has now become fashionable and par for the course.
Is it fair then for posters of Arvind Kejriwal wearing a skull cap to come up in Rajkot in Gujarat, a state which is poll-bound, Mr. Malviya?
Well, I wouldn't be able to comment on it. You should probably find out who are the people who have put those posters, but it clearly seems that Arvind Kejriwal and his ministers have heard the sentiments of the Hindus in Gujarat, and they have responded the way they have responded.
All right, Amit Malviya, I'm thanking you for the moment. So, sentiments of Hindus have been heard all over the country, and more so in Gujarat, it's poll-bound. And that's the reason why we have these posters of Arvind Kejriwal wearing a skull cap come out in different parts of Gujarat. The one that you see on your screen is from Surat. There's another one in Rajkot as well. So has the BJP also sensed an opportunity, given that the state is going to polls? But what has been the background of all of this? Now, Kapil Mishra has come out and said that the minister in question here, Rajendra Pal Gautam, was in touch with Arvind Kejriwal, his party boss, and Delhi Chief Minister before going for that event in which thousands of Hindus converted into Buddhism. And then there was another religion that was run down, is what Amit Malviya is saying, that why do you then insult another religion? It is okay to convert, is what the BJP says, if you wish to, but then do not humiliate or insult any other religion. And that essentially is the problem of the BJP. Amit continues to be with us. Amit, you heard there from Malviya, who says that this man in question, the minister, must be sacked. Clearly, there is embarrassment on the part of the Aam Aadmi Party as well, because they've been mum on this matter, isn't it, pretty much?
Well, there are two things, Sneha. Number one, the demand of the BJP that Rajendra Pal Gautam should be sacked from the portfolio in the Delhi government. Now, Rajendra Pal Gautam has been in charge of the SC/ST department, welfare department since 2015. He's a trusted comrade of Arvind Kejriwal, and that is precisely the reason he was repeated in 2020 as well. And he is somebody who is Ambedkarite to the core. It is not just Aam Aadmi Party politics that defines Rajendra Pal Gautam's career as far as his social appearance is concerned. He has been very vocal on issues of reservation. He has been very vocal on issues that concerns the Ambedkarite society and Ambedkarite ideology, and that is why you saw the big gathering at the Ambedkar Bhavan on October 5th, in which Rajendra Pal Gautam himself was part of. But it seems that the entire base upon which he has built his political career is now becoming a big problem for Rajendra Pal Gautam itself, because after the oath, the very 22 vows which were prescribed by Baba Saheb Ambedkar on 14th October 1956 in Nagpur, those very vows were repeated in Ambedkar Bhavan. Obviously, there are problems with chunks of speeches that were made at Ambedkar Bhavan, and the BJP is pointing out at those speeches as well. So, this is an embarrassment moment for Aam Aadmi Party, but because it does not know how to respond to the entire situation. If you talk about the party insiders, the sources within the party have confirmed us that it's becoming difficult to take a stand, and that is why they had adopted a wait and watch policy right now. And
yes,
in the turn of events, eventually what we saw, Sneha, is that Rajendra Pal Gautam came up with that apology. Probably AAP is looking whether this storm settles down or not.
Okay, because it could just be damaging them electorally, where they are up against the BJP in the state of Gujarat. And predictably so, the posters of Arvind Kejriwal wearing a skull cap has now come up in Gujarat. Amit, I'm thanking you for the moment. Now, after local police in Kheda faced criticism over public flogging of the Garba event stone pelting accused there, India Today has spoken exclusively to the victims of the Navratri violence who have defended the action by the police. The victims have lauded the police for such immediate action, saying that no action can be taken against the under fire cops. Further, stone pelting victims have threatened to carry out a protest march in favor of the police personnel should they face music. Remember, all of this comes after, on the 3rd of October, stones were pelted at a Garba event in Kheda in which 6 people suffered injuries. After that, the police detained 6 people in connection to the violence, and the very same day they thrashed the accused in public, much to the cheer of the people.
जो पुलिस वाले ने हमारा प्रोटेक्शन किया, उसको सैल्यूट करने के लायक है वो, और उसको सस्पेंड किया तो हम गांधीनगर तक जाएंगे, और वहाँ नहीं तो हम दिल्ली तक जाएंगे धरना धरने को, लेकिन वो पुलिस वाले को सस्पेंड तो नहीं होने देंगे। हम पुलिस वाले के साथ हैं, उन्होंने जो भी किया सही किया।
मैं तो कहूँगी कि ये पुलिस हमें चाहिए, यानी जो किया है वो सारे सही है, पुलिस ने जो किया वो सही है, यानी ऐसा ही होना चाहिए।
अब अगर पुलिस पर कुछ कार्रवाई होगी तो
हम उनको सपोर्ट करेंगे।
A fresh controversy has taken over Karnataka over the renaming of Tipu Express. The issue surrounding the renaming of the express train on the request of Karnataka MP Pratap Sinha is snowballing into a controversy. The Railways has renamed this express, which plies between Mysuru and Bengaluru, as Vodiyar Express. The demand was made by Mysuru MP Pratap Sinha in a letter to Minister for Railways Ashwini Vaishnav a few months ago. His plea was approved and a notification to this effect was issued by the Railway Board on Friday. And the order renaming the train will come into effect from Sunday onwards. The Vodiyar dynasty not only contributed for the development of a vast network of railways in the Mysore kingdom, but also for the transformation of Mysuru into a modern state. Remember, in 2018, Hindu Sena had written to the railway minister to rename the Tipu Express and name it after late BJP leader Anand Kumar.
Renaming of Tipu Express to Vodiyar Express, it really shows a small heart and mind of this government who wants to create controversy on the basis of name changing, religion. Tipu Sultan, a great freedom fighter who fought against Britishers, who defeated Britishers. It really shows this current government wants to just create controversy, and the entire people of Karnataka, I'm sure they understand the value of what Tipu Sultan has created.
It was very long due. The Vodiyar family has contributed hugely to the development of Mysore region, and today it has been rightly recognized by naming Vodiyar for the Tipu Express.
Tipu Sultan thing, whenever this government came, Tipu Sultan Jayanti was been removed, and recently also some lessons was also being removed. Every now and then, only to polarize votes and keep Tipu Sultan alive in the media and keep the things of the public attention, BJP to gain the vote, and I don't know why this has been kept silent, and why I don't understand the opposition also. The sitting MLA of that same constituency which the railway station is there, Mr. Tanveer Seth is also silent. When 2 months back only the information was been spreaded to the public, nobody objected to this.
Some news coming in. Minister from Karnataka says Tipu is not Kannadiga. Arushok says Tipu is not Kannadiga, converted Kodavas, killed Brahmins in Mandya, and he is a tyrant. Vodiyar has contributed to the state, so our choice is Vodiyar. Siddaramaiah opposing, they can name Jinnah, Laden, etc. to many more trains if they want, is what the minister is saying. Listen in.
Tipu is converted more than lakh of people in Coorg, and he killed many Hindus. So that's why he is not a great man. That's why he is not a great man. In Sword also, he write no Kannada. He is not using the Kannada. Vodiyar using the Kannada. Tipu not using the Kannada. So we, in the name of Vodiyar, that he is a Kannadiga. Tipu is not a Kannadiga. He is a some Persian language. Is all literature, everything is government orders, everything in Arabic. That's why using of Kannada, Vodiyar is a great man.
Erupting with the minister here saying that Tipu Sultan was not a Kannadiga, he was a tyrant, and that renaming of the express, Tipu Express to Vodiyar Express, in fact is a befitting tribute to the Vodiyar dynasty who did a lot of work for Mysore. Tipu Sultan was a tyrant is what the BJP says. Ashok says Tipu killed many and that he was not a Kannadiga even to begin with. He also converted many people and that he was a tyrant. There's been renaming of the Tipu Express running from Mysuru to Bengaluru as the Vodiyar Express on the basis of a request that has been made by the sitting MP from Mysuru, Pratap Sinha. More news this afternoon. First images of newly renamed train. Exclusive pictures of the Vodiyar Express. The Tipu Express has been renamed as the Vodiyar Express. First images coming out of what used to be the Tipu Express running from Mysuru to Bengaluru. The name has now been changed to the Vodiyar Express. This after BJP MP from Mysore, Pratap Simha, had written to the railway minister saying that renaming this express would be a befitting tribute to the Vodiyar dynasty that contributed a great deal for the development of Mysuru, the region they ruled. And that's one demand that had been made in the past as well. In the year 2018, finally Tipu Express has been renamed as the Vodiyar Express. The Tipu Express is to run with a new name now, that's the Vodiyar Express. First images of the newly renamed train after the notification came in from the Railway Ministry. Nagarjun Dwarkanath is getting us more details. Naga, prima facie, this is about renaming a train, but the larger picture here is about the politics that both the BJP, the Congress and the other stakeholders are really gearing up for in the upcoming elections in the state of Karnataka, isn't it?
That is true, Sneha. If you look at the timing of it, this is a clear-cut election move also. On one hand, we have Veer Savarkar being a controversial figure, and now it is Tipu Sultan. So both ends have been fighting around these two figures. Now recently, Pratap Sinha, the Mysore Lok Sabha member, had given a memorandum to the railway board and the ministry about changing the names of Tipu Express, which starts from Bangalore to Mysore, which is the shortest distance. And now it has been named as Vodiyar Express, which is after the Vodiyar Kingdom in Mysore. Congress is saying that there was no need of changing Tipu Sultan's name, as he could have renamed a new train. But BJP is, however, saying Tipu was a tyrant and a person who murdered Kannadigas and converted people into Islam from Hinduism, and that's why he should not be respected. He never fought against the British. So clearly Tipu Sultan is also a controversial figure here in Karnataka.
Naga, I'm thanking you for the moment. We'll keep coming back to you as that controversy snowballs. A new statement that is coming from R. Ashok, Minister of the BJP, who says that Tipu Sultan was not even a Kannadiga. In fact, he was only a tyrant. Two Chhattisgarh Congress MLAs have been accused of indecency and molestation of a female passenger on board the Revanchal Express. It is being alleged that the MLAs were drunk while they harassed the victim, who was travelling in the train with a 6-month-old baby. The incident is said to have taken place on Friday afternoon on board the AC coach of this train at the Saugar railway station in Madhya Pradesh. Case of molestation registered under section 354 have been booked. Both these MLAs from Satna, Siddharth Singh Kushwaha, and the Kotma MLA here, Sunil Saraf. However, the accused Congress MLAs have denied any wrongdoing, saying the molestation charge was a conspiracy. Meanwhile, Chhattisgarh Youth Congress District President Shah Nawaz, along with 2 others, have been arrested for raping a minor in Chirmiri town of Manendragarh district. All 3 had raped the minor allegedly by taking her to a hotel in Bilaspur. Police have registered a case against the accused under sections of kidnapping, rape and the stringent POCSO Act.
ये कंट्रोल रूम जबलपुर से सूचना प्राप्त हुई थी कि रीवा कमलापति रेवांचल एक्सप्रेस के एसी कोच में महिला के साथ छेड़खानी की जा रही है। तो इस सूचना पर ट्रेन जैसे सागर में पहुंची तो यहाँ पे उसको अटेंड की गई और 3 आदमी में एक एएसआई और 2 हवलदारों को हमने तत्काल ट्रेन में रवाना किए गए। उन्होंने चले थे FIR लेख की है, लेख करते करते भोपाल पहुंच गए हैं। सर अभी किन धारा में मामला दर्ज हुआ? 354 के अंतर्गत छेड़खानी का।
निश्चित रूप से कोई साजिश है और अगर वो बहन ऐसा कर रही है तो पाप है। हम लोग रोज सफर करते हैं, विधायक है, 50 साल की उम्र हो गई है, ये करेंगे? 200 किलोमीटर सफर करके आते, टिफिन रखा था, भूख लगी थी, विधायक जी मिल गए, उन्होंने कहा लाइट मत जलाइएगा, बच्चा छोटा सा, हम लाइट नहीं जलाए, हम वो छोटी वाली लाइट में हम खाना खाए। खाना खाने के बाद वो दरवाजा भट भट कर रहा था क्योंकि उसमें अंदर क्लिप नहीं थी, तो उनका बच्चा जाग जा रहा था, उसमें हम क्या करें, बोले कि ये दरवाजा बट बट कर रहा, हमने कहा अंदर से क्लिप नहीं है, स्टाफ को बुला के बोल दिया। फिर वो विधायक जी ने कुल इतना सिद्धार्थ भाई ने पूछा है कि आपकी बर्थ कौन सी है, क्योंकि वो इनके बर्थ में सोई हुई थी बिछा के, तो क्या ये अपराध है? जब वो सागर में पुलिस आई तब हम जाने कि हमने छेड़खानी कर दी है। आप लोग बताओ क्या ये करेंगे कि 1-2 विधायक?
मैंने तो उनको देखा तक नहीं साहब, छूने की तो बात छोड़िए, और हमारा तो रिकॉर्ड है, हमारे घर परिवार दोस्त यार सबसे पूछ लीजिए।
पर जिस तरह का ये
आरोप लगाना, मतलब आरोप लगाना उनके पक्ष का काम है, मेरा नहीं है। मैंने तो अपनी एक बड़प्पन जो मर्यादा होती है, मैंने अपनी सीट उन्हें दे दी।
आरोप निराधार है?
आरोप निराधार है।
कोल्ड ड्रिंक के साथ शराब पिलाई, उसके बाद 2 लोगों ने उसके साथ दुष्कर्म किया। पुनः नेक्स्ट डे उसको फिर घुमाने के बहाने ले गई, वहाँ नागपुर के बाद उसको बिलासपुर ले जाया गया, वहाँ पे सुनसान एक घर पे लेके 3 लोगों के साथ उसके साथ दुष्कर्म किया। अभी 4 आरोपी गिरफ्तार हैं और बाकी 2 की तलाश की जा रही है।
Some news from across the country in brief. At least 11 people have died. Several others have been injured in a severe bus accident in Nashik in Maharashtra. The bus caught fire wherein passengers got trapped. Injured but rescued have been moved to the hospital. An aid of 5 lakh rupees has been announced by the government to the relatives of the deceased. So K. Chandrasekhar has been charged by the CBI of cheating crores by impersonating as law secretary of the country. In a coordinated operation at the sea, NCB and Indian Navy apprehended a suspicious vessel carrying more than 200 kilograms of narcotics. The boat with its crew had been escorted to Kochi for further investigation. Lalu Prasad Yadav has been accused by the CBI in its charge sheet, which was filed by the agency before a Delhi court in the land for job scam. Along with Lalu Prasad Yadav, his wife and former Bihar Chief Minister Rabdi Devi and daughter MP Misa Bharti have also been charge sheeted. Well, it's time for a quick commercial break here. News continues in just 2 minutes on the other side.
You are watching India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Internet. For humans, life on Earth is unimaginable without it. We spend hours together on cell phones, but have you ever wondered how you catch this high-speed internet? So how does satellite internet work? Why is it useful and criticized? Very high-speed internet everywhere on Earth, including the out-of-coverage areas or blank zones, is the promise of satellite internet. 3 factors are necessary: a ground station connected to the global internet network, a geostationary satellite, and a dish installed at the subscribers pointing towards the satellite. With each search on the internet, the dish sends the requested data to the satellite, which in turn sends it back to a transmitting or receiving station itself connected to the internet. Once the information is obtained, the data will follow the reverse path. The pioneers of satellite internet operate using satellites in geostationary orbit at an altitude of more than 35,000 kilometers. The data travels a long distance, generating a latency time 3 to 5 times greater than that of asymmetric digital subscriber line or ADSL, an older popular form of broadband. The new operators, on the other hand, function in low orbit or LEO around 600 kilometers. The advantage here is to reduce the latency time, which makes it possible to multiply the services in transport, finance, defense, or even video games. It is now possible to have the internet when up in the sky or down at sea. On the other hand, this requires sending many machines in low orbit. Constellations of satellites are being deployed now above our heads by private operators. Starlink, a subsidiary of SpaceX, has already launched thousands of machines. The same for Amazon's Kuiper system. Countries such as China or Britain are developing their own network to preserve their sovereignty. These responses to an explosion of internet needs are attracting criticism. The satellites are more vulnerable than geostationary ones, while astronomers point to the visual pollution caused by the passage of satellites on their observations. NASA fears the proliferation of satellites will raise the risk of collision in space.
Hello and welcome to a brand new episode of Battle Cry, the only show on Indian television where we get you up close with India's weapons, war fighters, and how this country defends itself. This is a special episode by popular demand on one of India's biggest ever military contests.
Big alarm over India's fighter fleet. Numbers dropping. New jets far away. Is Air Force headed to historic low? What fighters is India looking at? Who's competing for the big prize? Will imports dominate India's airspace? The big fighter alarm is this week's top story on Battle Cry.
It's a week when experts have been sounding the code red alarm on that familiar predicament of the Indian Air Force, its squadron strength. Literally, how many aircraft it has versus how many aircraft it is supposed to have in terms of fighting a war. Well, the picture isn't pretty, and the Indian Air Force chief himself acknowledged that.
Indian Air Force fighter fleet. Required strength 42 squadrons. Current strength 31 squadrons. Squadron shortfall 11. Fighter shortfall 200. The Indian Air Force, one of the finest air forces in the world, is flying through historic turbulence. A record low in fighter aircraft numbers, coinciding with a time when India needs its maximum military strength. With 4 MiG-21 squadrons very close to retirement and other fighter types in the winter of their operational life, new fighters simply aren't arriving fast enough to stem the declining numbers.
With the given numbers, it may not be impossible to maintain a 24/7 combat air patrol or an air defense watch right across from Sir Creek to Siachen and further to the east. So the numbers definitely are essential.
42 will remain.
42 will remain. Like I said, I know that it is a difficult goal to achieve in the next few years or maybe in the next decade or so. But we will review it only based on the situation that arises in our neighborhood. Based on the current situation, based on the mandate given to the Indian Air Force, I think it is essential that we need to build up the numbers.
The Air Force's predicament intensifies with each passing year. The 6 Jaguar squadrons will begin their retirement run starting 2025. By the end of this decade, the Air Force's Mirage 2000 and MiG-29 fighters will also have a finish line in sight. The fighter aircraft that the Air Force operates in maximum numbers, the Su-30 MKI, will be upgraded. But the oldest airframes that were delivered at the turn of the millennium will also begin dropping out of service starting from the next decade. This matrix of retirements means the Air Force has a constant internal war to fight. For starters, plans to order a dozen more Su-30s and 21 more MiG-29s from Russia have been deferred for the moment. On the other hand, the Indian Air Force's order for 83 Indigenous light combat aircraft Tejas will hopefully begin deliveries within the next 2 years. But perhaps the most ambitious plan to stop the decline in numbers is a grand international contest, where a number of fighters will compete for a contract for 114 fighters, amounting to about 6 fighter squadrons.
We are also committed to acquiring the LCA Mark IIs and the AMCA in future. The quest for getting a 4.5 or 5th generation MRFA aircraft continues. We have analyzed all the RFI responses. The ASQRs are being finalized. We were seeking more commitments from all the OEMs for ensuring the indigenous content and the Make in India provisions are adhered to by all the OEMs. So that is work in progress. So with all these inductions of probably 6 squadrons of the Mark II, the AMCA and the MRFA, I would still think that we will be at a state of about 35 to 36 squadrons by middle of next decade.
The Indian Air Force's newest fighter jets, 36 French Rafales, have provided a solid boost to an advanced frontline offensive capability, usefully arriving just when the India-China standoff in Ladakh was escalating. But just 36 aircraft, even of such an advanced type, can be no replacement for the sheer numbers required to fight from the air. The Air Force has a plan, but will it move fast enough? Or could the Vayu Sena be on the threshold of a historic low in its fighter strength? Bureau Report, India Today.
But the Indian Air Force does have a plan in place. And part of that plan that the Indian Air Force has in place includes trying to identify and purchase a whopping 114 of a foreign aircraft type. There are 7 aircraft contenders. These are just 4 of them. And it stands to be one of the biggest ever military procurements in history. Take a look at the multi-role fighter aircraft contest that the Indian Air Force is pushing very, very hard for right now.
हमेशा जुल्म का पंजा मरोड़ता हूँ मैं। दावान अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह रब्बिल आलमीन।
रफेल जहां दी रहमत करके सच्चे बादशाह वाहिगुरू जी का खालसा वाहिगुरू जी की फतेह।
We are very thankful today for this blessed occasion that has granted to us for the induction of these aircrafts to our country.
Images from 3 years ago of India's Defence Minister welcoming India's first Rafale fighters. The Air Force remembers this as a day of great relief and delight. But it also remembers that it has received only 36 fighters, a fraction of the 126 fighters it had originally said it needed. Something is better than nothing. Yes, but what next? What about the remaining 100-odd fighters that the Air Force had planned for? Well, here's what's happening on that front. Program name: Multi-Role Fighter Aircraft. Numbers required: 114. Squadrons: 6. Status: ongoing. Officially kicking off in April 2018, as many as 7 foreign fighters are prospective contenders for one of the biggest fighter purchases in the world. One of these fighters from the US, Europe and Russia will win a contract to supply a handful of aircraft from their foreign factory and build the remaining 100-odd jets in India in a joint venture with an Indian strategic production partner. Let's go through the contender lineup, one by one. Contender 1, Rafale from France. Perhaps the most familiar contender is the French Rafale, the fighter that already populates 2 Indian Air Force squadrons. The fighter is hoping that this by itself gives it the biggest possible advantage in the contest, since the Indian Air Force has already invested large sums of money building infrastructure to support the Rafale fleet. Additionally, the Rafale is in contention for an Indian Navy deck-based fighter order. So its French maker Dassault is pushing the Rafale as a low-risk win-win option for the Indian Air Force. Contender 2, F-15 Eagle from USA. A surprise contender that dropped into the race was Boeing's new F-15 Eagle II, the newest and most advanced avatar of the iconic and battle-tested F-15 fighter. Boeing is hoping that the aircraft's new technologies that draw from the very latest in the US Air Force's requirements could make it a formidable contender in the sweepstakes. Other than, of course, the political clout that an American jet brings with it. Contender 3, Gripen from Sweden. Seen as an underdog, the latest version of Sweden's Gripen fighter is also in the contest. Manufacturer Saab believes it has the most cost-effective package on offer to the Indian Air Force. One that will provide India with a robust combat aircraft that does not burn a hole in Vayu Bhavan's pocket. Contender 4, Sukhoi Su-35 from Russia. Another contender that plonked itself in the race was Russia's Sukhoi Su-35, the latest avatar in the family of fighters that spawned the Indian Air Force's existing Su-30 MKI. Russia is pitching the Su-35 as a logical next step purchase for the Indian Air Force, since it already operates so many Sukhoi fighters, and therefore commonality could be a massive benefit. Contender 5, Lockheed Martin F-21 from USA. The Lockheed Martin F-21, the latest and most advanced version of the legacy F-16 fighter, remains in the Indian Air Force contest. After several twists and turns in the earlier tender, America's latest defense firm rebranded the aircraft as F-21 to suggest it was a totally different fighter with none of the vintage associations that clung to the F-16 name. The fact that Pakistan continues to operate and receive support for its own fleet of F-16 jets has been seen as a major roadblock for this fighter in the Indian Air Force contest. But with enormous political backing from the US government, it doggedly believes it has a fighting chance. Contender 6th, Eurofighter Typhoon from EU. The Eurofighter Typhoon, built by a consortium of European companies led by Airbus, was a co-frontrunner for the Indian Air Force's earlier deal. Losing out to the Rafale, the makers believe they were rejected unfairly and have since stayed under the radar, yet remained firm that they are ready to supply the Indian Air Force with their jets. As things stand, the Typhoon is an official contender for the new multi-role fighter aircraft contest. Contender 7, Boeing F-A-18 Super Hornet from USA. The Boeing F-A-18 Super Hornet, most recently in the limelight in the big Top Gun sequel, has been in contention for an Indian Air Force contract for well over 15 years now. Boeing believes that the US Navy's decision to purchase many more Super Hornets even today, coupled with Indian Navy's consideration of this jet for tech-based operations, gives Boeing a living, breathing chance in the new contest. Contender 8, MiG-35 from Russia. And finally, a fighter with perhaps the least chance of success in the sweepstakes. Russia's MiG-35, basically a souped-up and technologically advanced avatar of the legendary MiG-29. Russia believes the Indian Air Force's big existing fleet of upgraded MiG-29 fighters makes a logic case for a similar but more advanced version of the same aircraft type, since it would perhaps save costs on infrastructure and training. Once considered a viable option, the Air Force has made it all but clear that its next choice is unlikely to be a MiG type. While the process to identify one of these fighters began in 2018, the Indian Air Force has signaled that it will be putting this program on the fast track. But how fast is that fast track? Remains the multi-billion-dollar question. Bureau Report, India Today.
So India's trying to get some imported fighters. It's going to build some fighters as well. And the reason for that is, even though the Indian Air Force does have a vast fleet of aircraft, it isn't anywhere close to what it's supposed to have. And what is already in service, it won't be long before they start retiring as well. Here's a look at the Indian Air Force's current fleet.
The Indian Air Force is one of the most unique air forces in the world. Its active fleet includes everything from one of the oldest combat jets, the MiG-21, all the way to some of the most modern jets, like the Rafale. In terms of different aircraft types, the Indian Air Force is every aviation aficionado's dream. It is a veritable buffet of aircraft types, drawn across the years from different parts of the world. Let's now walk you through the Indian Air Force's fleet of fighter aircraft. The dominant Indian Air Force jet is the Russian-origin Sukhoi Su-30 MKI, a big, heavy air dominance fighter that populates squadrons across the country, with over 270 aircraft currently in service and at least a dozen more in the pipeline. These big jets are also in line for a major upgrade of electronics and weapons. These jets are built under license by Hindustan Aeronautics Limited in Nashik, Maharashtra. In second place, in terms of numbers, are the Indian Air Force's Anglo-French Jaguar attack aircraft. About 6 squadrons of these jets, or about 130 aircraft, are currently active in Indian service. With some configured for the anti-ship role out at sea. Like the Su-30, Jaguars have been built under license from the British by Hindustan Aeronautics Limited. In the third place is the legendary Russian-origin MiG-29 multi-role fighter, 65 of which currently fly in Indian Air Force squadrons. The MiG-29s have been through a major upgrade in their weaponry and sensors, transforming them into much more modern air assets. In fourth place is the Soviet-era MiG-21, an aircraft well past its prime and with a notorious reputation for fatal accidents. But that doesn't mean the jet hasn't been modernized and proven its worth in conflict. Nevertheless, the age of the MiG-21 has long passed, and the last 54 of these vintage jets will be gone from Indian services in the next 2 years. In the fifth place is the French origin Mirage 2000. One of the most beloved and trusted combat aircraft in Indian service. It is these jets that India's air power planners have always turned to for offensive action. From the bombing of Tiger Hill in the Kargil War to the airstrikes on Balakot in 2019. Mirages have proven their reliability and worth over and over again in a long stint with the Indian Air Force. An expensive but robust upgrade program continues to keep them pretty close to the cutting edge. In sixth place is the Indian Air Force's newest jet, the younger cousin of the Mirage, the French Rafale. 36 of these jets currently populate 2 Indian Air Force squadrons in the north and east. Their arrival coincided with the India-China standoff in Ladakh, allowing the Air Force to keep them flying in a live conflict scenario from the get-go. France has hoped for years that India will at least double its order for these formidable jets. But for now, as we showed you earlier, India wants options to pick from. And finally, in 7th place, in terms of numbers, is India's very own homegrown fighter, the Tejas. Formerly designated the LCA or Light Combat Aircraft, just over 30 of these fighters currently operate from 2 squadrons in Tamil Nadu, with nearly 100 more of improved varieties in the pipeline. The Indian Air Force is contemplating more orders and has put its weight behind a much more capable Mk2 avatar of the Tejas. Very well worth noting is the futuristic program that looms in the distance for Indian Air Force. India's Indigenous 5th generation fighter, designated AMCA for Advanced Medium Combat Aircraft, should see progress and testing this decade, with induction likely in the next decade if things go smoothly. As the Indian Air Force enters its 91st year of existence, the future of its air power is at a historic crossroad. Bureau Report, India Today.
I very much hope you enjoyed this special episode of Battle Cry. I'll see you at the same time next week. Remember, as we always say here on the show, India's true potential and security will only truly be attained when no human needs to be sent into battle and no weapon fired. Thanks for watching.
But prices aren't what I'm doing science for. I'm for better or for worse. So I have to do it. It's kind of a compulsion. But lucky is something which I've been all my life. I just don't know. I mean, because I'm not too good at communicating, and but I get excited and I run into the lab, and we have to do it tonight. We have to prove it's wrong tonight.
Fashion industry is all about new designs, styles and creations. Well, now fashion designers have a new playground for their creations, the metaverse. This digital world where, thanks to an avatar that gives us a virtual twin, we can evolve and act just as we would in the real world. We enter it through wearing a virtual reality headgear or by watching a computer or smartphone screen. The metaverse is a space for experimentation and testing out new products, allowing designers to push the boundaries of their creativity. This has economic advantages too. By testing out their collection in the metaverse, they can then analyze public reaction in it and adapt demand accordingly to avoid surplus production and unsold items in the real world. In other words, an eco-friendly approach. For other designers, their creations will stay digital. On specialized platform brands, commercialize their virtual clothes by attaching to them an NFT or a non-interchangeable unit of data stored on a blockchain that can be sold and traded using cryptocurrency. This kind of marketing saves brands from their worst nightmare: fakes flooding the marketplace. With the second-hand market booming, reselling a pair of virtual shoes associated with an NFT will give the designer royalties on each transaction. Some brands link a virtual fashion item with its counterpart in reality.
You are watching India Today.
Hello, very good afternoon. You're watching India Today TV. I'm Sneha Mordani. Let's tell you what the top stories are this Saturday afternoon. AAP versus BJP over Delhi ministers' alleged anti-Hindu vote. BJP Gujarat hits out at Kejriwal, puts up hoardings of Kejriwal with his skull cap. Top Hindu says body calls for a Sanatan censor board. Claims Bollywood portraying Hindu gods and goddesses in films in wrong light. Tipu walk continues to simmer in Karnataka. Tipu Express renamed Vodiyar Express on the request of BJP MP. Pratap Simha calls it a tribute to the Vodiyar dynasty. Sena versus Sena legacy war intensifies as Sena symbol fight reaches the Election Commission's doorstep. Shinde claims bow and arrow symbol. Election Commission seeks in response from the Uddhav camp by 2 p.m. Indian Air Force might jazzes up the Chandigarh skies on the 90th Indian Air Force anniversary. From flypast to parade, Indian Air Force's grand show on display.
Modern armed forces have to be sufficiently self-reliant to ensure minimum disruptions. Towards this, Atmanirbharta and Make in India is a step in the right direction.
After Priyanka Chopra showed solidarity with Iran protesters, troll army strikes and social media trolls the actor for being silent on issues concerning India. Some news just coming in. The massive explosion at Crimean Bridge has been reported. The blast at the bridge connecting the Peninsula to Russia. The blast at Putin government's emblem bridge. The blast at this bridge in Putin and next Crimea. I'm getting Geeta Mohan to talk to us more about it. Geeta is a foreign affairs editor. Geeta, these visuals are spectacular in a way. It just shows the point in time when this explosion took place. Just talk to us a little more about this strike and the significance of this bridge as well.
The fact that this bridge connects Russia to Crimea, a critical lifeline for Crimea, if I may say so, given that it was annexed in 2014 by Russia, and everything comes from to and from this bridge. So a very critical line having been damaged. Reports coming in right now, Dmitry Peskov, the spokesperson of President Putin, has said that Putin has ordered formation of a government commission over the Crimean Bridge crisis emergency. So this is a major escalation, Sneha, in the Russia-Ukraine war. Ukraine now is responding by attacking and ensuring that the critical lines between Russia and Crimea are damaged. So a huge development when it comes to the Russia-Ukraine war. And we will have to see how Russia really responds to this. But the visuals that we see, that you're seeing, that now are coming in from Crimea are rather can really show you the kind of escalation that we are looking at. Some of the footage unconfirmed, most of them confirmed by Russian media. The top Ukrainian advisor, according to reports, has suggested that Kyiv regime could be very well responsible for the explosion, but there has been no responsibility that has been taken by either side or any other group so far. So we'll have to wait for the investigations to be carried out. It was a truck that blew up, not just damaging the road, that's the Crimean Bridge, but also part of the train services was disrupted, with the fuel tank of a train also erupting into an explosion.
You know, Geeta, there is some amount of speculation as well that this could very well be some sort of a suicide attack. Do we know anything about that?
Well, given the fact that the fuel tank blew itself up, the driver certainly was in the truck itself, and we do not know whether there are any survivors from that entire incident. Given that these are images and news just coming in, we'll have to wait. But yes, if it was a planned attack with the truck going in and exploding itself, then it could very well be a suicide attack. But these are, again, initial reports, Neha. We'll have to wait for an official confirmation on that front.
All right, Geeta Mohan, appreciate you joining us with that information. News back home, the anger against Prabhas, Saif Ali Khan star Adipurush is only growing a day after Hindu groups staged protests against the film in Varanasi, claiming it insults Hindu faith. Demands have been made now, seeking setting up of a Sanatan censor board in order to keep a check on movies which are portraying Hindu deities and gods in a bad light. This demand was made during a meeting of the Hindu organizations led by the Vishwa Hindu Parishad, and it seems the chorus against Adipurush is being heard by Netas as well. UP Deputy Chief Minister Brajesh Pathak has confirmed that his government will follow and accept the demand of the seers. Further, BJP MP Manoj Tiwari also echoed that his party will not allow religious sentiments to be heard.
मेरी केंद्र सरकार से मांग है कि संतों का एक सेंसर बोर्ड बनाया जाए, अन्यथा जो फिल्म सेंसर बोर्ड है उसी में संतों को प्रतिनिधित्व दिया जाए, और कोई भी धार्मिक फिल्म या टीवी पे या कोई भी अगर जो चलचित्र बनता है उसको संतों से पास कराया जाए, तो तभी देश की सद्भावना और हिंदुओं की भावना का सम्मान होगा।
देखिए, अभी सनातन धर्म के साधु संत हमसे मिलने वाले हैं और जैसा साधु संत कहेंगे उस प्रकार हमारी सरकार आगे बढ़ सकती है।
देखिए, हम उनकी भावना का सम्मान करते हैं जिन्होंने ऐसी मांग करी है, लेकिन हम विश्वास भी दिलाना चाहते हैं कि सरकार के रूप में केंद्र में जो मोदी जी की सरकार है कि हमारा संविधान इतना मजबूत है कि कोई भी किसी धर्म का इस प्रकार से अनादर या उसकी आस्था के साथ खिलवाड़ नहीं कर सकता। ये एक युद्ध है जो हमेशा सुर असुर का युद्ध चल रहा है, लेकिन जो लोग इस तरह की कोशिश कर रहे हैं उनको कड़ी सजा दिलाने के लिए हमारा संविधान बहुत मजबूत है।
Amit Bharadwaj has more details on that story. Amit, so we do have a sense, at least from the UP government, that there is a possibility of exploring this request, isn't it?
Well, Sneha, you know, in the entire issue, the political controversy is actually snowballing. And one side you have Rajendra Pal Gautam saying that he has apologized and he did not intend to hurt any religious sentiments of anyone.
Go ahead, Amit.
Sneha, do you have my audio?
Yes, I do. Go ahead.
Yes, see, the demand for censor board, has come up from the religious groups, from the seers, and they are saying that Sanatan censor board should be formed. And that is happening because in the past few months and years, in fact, we have seen that several movies have stoked controversies, whether it be because of the characterization of certain characters, caricatures, or because of actors who are involved in the movie. And eventually, in the wake of the Adipurush controversy, now you have seers coming together and seeking a Sanatan censor board should be formed, number one. And the entire idea for that demand is that because such instances have become very frequent, movie after movies are actually, hurting a religious sentiment of one group or the other. These are the claims of the people who have demanded Sanatan censor board. But on the other side, it will be very difficult to form such a censor board, Sneha, if we get into the technicalities of it. Because, see, today it's the Hindu group or the Hindu majority group or the seers from the Hindu religion who are demanding a censor board that is to be made to, censor the movies right before their release date is finalized, and whether it is hurting the religious sentiment of the majority community or not. Tomorrow, there could be similar calls given out by, Sikh groups, or for that matter, Muslim groups in the country. So that would become really difficult for the government to accommodate so many censor boards, and the question will arise as to what will happen to the identity of censor board, which is, right there at present. And that is why you just heard, Sneha, BJP MP Manoj Tiwari, a two-time MP who has been who has played crucial roles in the organizational structure of the Bharatiya Janata Party in Delhi and is aware of the functioning of the parliamentary committees. He is saying that what we are trying to do right now is that we want to assure, whether it be the Shias from the Hindu community or from all other religious groups, that, nobody will be allowed to hurt the religious sentiments of any religious group. So that is the assurance which is coming up from the BJP MP, and he is also saying that whoever perpetrates the crimes of deliberately hurting the religious sentiment will be taken, the legal action will be taken against them as per the constitutional framework. Back to you, Sneha.
Amit, I'm thanking you for getting us all of those details. That controversy again snowballing with this year's making this demand. News just coming in amid speculation of Shashi Tharoor backing out from the Congress president contest. He's cleared the air over the race for president. In the race till the finish, he says, won't withdraw from the Congress president race, is what Shashi Tharoor has said.
There are rumors going around, attributed to sources in Delhi, that I'm withdrawing today. Let me assure you, I don't withdraw from a challenge. Never have all my life, never will. This is a struggle. It's a friendly contest within the party, but it's a fight to the finish. And I'm here to stay the course. Please come and vote on the 17th. For me, think tomorrow, think Tharoor.
Earlier in an exclusive interview to India Today, Tharoor opened up about the Congress presidential elections. Listen in.
आपके पार्टी में जो असंतुष्टि है उसको लेकर कहीं ना कहीं वो भी कारण था कि आप आज खड़े हुए हैं। आपने मैनिफेस्टो में जो बातें की, शशि साहब, मैंने आपका मैनिफेस्टो देखा है, डिसेंट्रलाइजेशन ऑफ पावर की आप बात कर रहे हैं। आप कह रहे हैं कि
केंद्रीकरण चाहिए पार्टी में, सारे नीचे के स्तर पे नेचुरली हमें उनको सशक्तिकरण करनी चाहिए, एम्पावरमेंट देनी चाहिए। बात यह है कि कार्यकर्ताओं को सम्मान मिलना चाहिए, उनको लगना चाहिए कि उनकी राय सुनने के लिए पार्टी तैयार है। मैं नहीं कह रहा हूं कि सारे डिसीजन हम लोअर लेवल पे ले सकेंगे, कुछ चीजें जो बूथ या मंडल में कराया जाएगा, कुछ तो जिले में, कुछ तो राज्य में और कुछ तो दिल्ली में, ये तो होता ही है। लेकिन आजकल हमारी पार्टी के इंप्रेशन है कि सारे चीजें तय किया जाता है यहीं सिर्फ दिल्ली में, और लोगों को पता भी नहीं है कि किससे बात करके किया, क्या हुआ, किस किस्म की चर्चा होगी। तो मेरे ख्याल में ये पार्टी तो बहुत अच्छी तरह चला है कई सालों से। हमने 2 चुनाव भी जीते, 2009 में, 2014 में। लेकिन अभी कुछ सालों के बाद एक रिन्यूअल, एक री-इन्विगोरेशन जैसे अंग्रेजी में कहते हैं, इसकी जरूरत है। और मैं चाहता हूं कि ये सब बदल के, देखिए, हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं को सम्मान दे दे, उनको एक्सेस दे दे, लोगों को संपर्क करने के लिए नेतृत्व से, कि चीजें तय करने के पहले जरा डिस्कशन हो जाए। हमारे पार्टी में कई जो स्थापनाएं हैं जो इस्तेमाल नहीं कर रहे हैं कुछ सालों से। कांग्रेस वर्किंग कमेटी में चुनाव नहीं हुआ बहुत साल से, पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड तो है ही नहीं 20 साल से। अगर आप देखेंगे कि हमारे जो तय करनी चाहिए, हमारे जो राज्यों में हम सरकार
CLP नेता तय करते हैं,
वो सब, तो ये सब मेरे ख्याल में
ये वन लाइन रेजोल्यूशन के लिए भी आपने कहा कि इस तरह का
वन लाइन रेजोल्यूशन की आदत शायद हमें बदलना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि सब कुछ अध्यक्ष के सिर पे रखना क्यों जरूरी है। मैं कहता हूं कि मैं तो अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पे, आपको पता है, सीनियर मैनेजर था यूनाइटेड नेशंस में। यूनाइटेड नेशंस के सबसे बड़ा डिपार्टमेंट का नेतृत्व मैंने 7 साल तक किया, तो अंडर सेक्रेटरी जनरल ऑफ पब्लिक इंफॉर्मेशन हो। तो मेरे सिस्टम जो अच्छी तरह चला कि लोगों को पहले आप कंसल्ट करो, उसके बाद उनको अथॉरिटी दे दो, उनको बोलो कि अधिकार आपके हैं, मैं आपसे ये जिम्मेदारी देता हूं। एक बार दो बार गलती किए तो जिम्मेदारी मैं लेता हूं, क्योंकि मैंने तो आपको रख दिया। बार बार गलती करेंगे या बार बार आपकी जजमेंट में कुछ खराबी है तो आपको हटा देना पड़ेगा। तो इस सिस्टम में जैसे डेलीगेटेड अथॉरिटी लोग इस्तेमाल करते हैं और उनको लगता है कि हमें हक है, हमें जो सिर्फ एक टाइटल नहीं है। हमारे जो डेलीगेट्स आजकल है, हमारे ये जो चुनाव में जो वोट करने वाले मतदार है, ये लोग उनको ये वोट के अलावा कभी उनको कंसल्ट करते हैं? मैं चाहूंगा कि कभी भी कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष कोई बड़ा नेता कहीं गए उनके जिले पे कि उनको भी मंच पे बिठा दे। ये डेलीगेट्स जो आए हैं, जो हमारे जो पीसीसी के अंग है, पीसीसी डेलीगेट्स जो कहे जाते हैं, उनको भी जरा सा कंसल्ट करें। अगर चुनाव लड़ना है तो उनकी भी राय पूछिए कि किसको टिकट देना है।
पर मुझे
अगर आप चाहते हैं कि सारे पार्टी अंग को लगा कि हमारे जो पार्टी में हम भागीदारी है, तो इसके लिए हमें कुछ जिम्मेदारियां भी लेनी चाहिए।
Moving on, a fresh controversy has taken over Karnataka over the renaming of the Tipu Express. The Railways has renamed Tipu Express that plies between Mysuru and Bengaluru as Vodiyar Express. The demand to rename the train was made by Mysuru MP Pratap Simha in a letter to Minister for Railways Ashwini Vaishnav a few months ago. India Today has accessed the first images of the newly renamed train, which is now running with the new name starting today. Politics has erupted as expected over renaming of the train, with the opposition and even Tipu's great-grandson, calling BJP's renaming move polarizing and downplaying Tipu Sultan's contribution to the freedom struggle. Meanwhile, BJP has highlighted the Vodiyar dynasty's contribution to Karnataka's development and hit out at Tipu, alleging that he didn't speak Kannada and killed hundreds of minority community people in the state.
Tipu is converted more than lakh of people in Coorg, and he killed many Hindus. So that's why he is not a great man. That's why he is not a great man. In Sword also, he write no Kannada. He is not using the Kannada. Wadiyar using the Kannada. Tipu not using the Kannada. So we, in the name of Wadiyar, that he is a Kannadiga. Tipu is not a Kannadiga. He is a some Persian language. Is all literature, everything is government orders, everything in Arabic. That's why using of Kannada, Wadiyar is a great man.
Tipu Sultan thing, whenever this government came, Tipu Sultan Jayanti was been removed, and recently also some resins was also being removed. Every now and then, only to polarize votes and keep Tipu Sultan alive in the media and keep the things of the public attention, BJP to gain the vote, and I don't know why this has been kept silent, and why I don't understand the opposition also. The sitting MLA of that same constituency, which the railway station is there, Mr. Tanvir Seth is also silent. When 2 months back only the information has been spreaded to the public, nobody objected to this.
Renaming of Tipu Express to Wadiyar Express, it really shows a small heart and mind of this government who wants to create controversy on the basis of name changing, religion. Tipu Sultan, a great freedom fighter who fought against Britishers, who defeated Britishers. It really shows this current government wants to just create controversy, and the entire people of Karnataka, I'm sure they understand the value of what Tipu Sultan has created.
It was very long due. The Wadiyar family has contributed hugely to the development of Mysore region, and today it has been rightly recognized by naming Wadiyar for the Tipu Express.
It's time for a quick break. On the other side, after Priyanka Chopra showed solidarity with Iran protesters, troll army strikes and social media trolling the actor being silent on issues concerning India. Getting you that story on the other side.
You are watching India Today.
The COVID-19 pandemic has forced us to do a rethink on how we lead our lives. to think about what we are doing to our bodies and to our health, and also wellness, because it is time now to go back to the basics. It is time to talk about your food, your sleep habits, your gut health, stress, and much more. And that exactly is what our brand new health show, Health Free.
Seule la sobriété et la solidarité européenne nous permettront d'éviter des coupures et des rationnements dans les cas de figure les plus pessimistes, comme un hiver particulièrement froid cumulé à des difficultés d'approvisionnement. Ces scénarios nous incitent à poursuivre notre stratégie, une sobriété choisie plutôt que des coupures subies, une solidarité européenne pour mieux résister à l'hiver.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
Welcome back. Now, people from around the world are extending their support to Iranian women. Actor Priyanka Chopra also showed solidarity with protesting women and hailed young women protesting against their government. After which, the troll army started attacking her on grounds that the actor remains quiet on issues in India and only raises the voice on global issues. Meanwhile, Belgian Foreign Minister and other lawmakers also have extended support to women protesting in Iran. The Foreign Minister and two other lawmakers cut their hair in Parliament in solidarity with anti-government demonstrations in Iran, triggered by the death in police custody of 22-year-old Mahsa Amini. Haj Dal Habib sniped off a lock of her hair, following the example of Deputy Daria Safai. Earlier, a Swedish member of the European Parliament, Abir Salini, cut her hair during a speech in the EU Assembly as well. More than 50 high-profile French women have also filmed themselves chopping off their hair.
Are free. We are going to stand with you. Jian, Azadi, women, life.
News is coming in. This has got to do with the controversies always brewing between Arvind Kejriwal and the Delhi Lieutenant Governor. The war has escalated with the governor writing a scathing letter to Arvind Kejriwal, saying that Delhi minister misled the people. Letter was to spread caution. All allegations against me are baseless, is what the governor is saying. Amit Bhardwaj has more details on that story. Amit, Take us through the details of this letter. What exactly is being said by the governor here?
Well, Sneha, there are two aspects again to this story. Number one, the backgrounder, and the latest update. So the latest update is that LG Vijay Kumar Saxena has written a strongly worded letter to Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, where he's saying that Mr. Kejriwal and his ministers and his colleagues have crossed all limits, accepted limits of तमाम जो वो मर्यादा की लाइन होती है वो लांघ दी है. That is precisely what LG Saxena is saying in this letter, and there is a whole context to the entire letter which has been written out. And LG Saxena has in fact accused this time around, which is very unusual, of a constitutional office in the state accusing an elected body in the state. So it is the Raj Bhavan in Delhi is accusing the Delhi government led by Aam Aadmi Party of running a government through speeches and advertisements. So that is very unusual, an allegation coming from a sitting LG in any state so far. So these are very strongly worded allegations which has come from LG Vinay Kumar Saxena. In fact, in the letter, Sneha, he has also spoken about 11 investigations, inquiries and recommendations that he has shot either to Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, his deputy, or the Delhi government officials, including the investigation asked by Delhi LG in the power subsidy model or power subsidy scheme being implemented in the national capital. But this letter has not come out, out of complete blue. This entire history as to why this particular letter has come from Vijay Kumar Saxena.